Why, hello, everybody. Happy Monday. Is it a happy Monday? I don't know. I think it is a happy Monday. It's going to be a happy Monday night. I can tell you that much. So hopefully we'll make up for any Monday that, was too Monday. Sometimes it gets too people-y, too Monday-y. Welcome to Night Court. We have a lot going on tonight, but I'm going to bring in our guest right away. Because I was chatting with him beforehand and I want to continue, and I'm selfish like that. So everybody say hello to Eric. Hello, sir.
Hi. How are you?
Hi. I'm great. I am great. I'm excited. I'm so happy to have you. I've been wanting that for a while now. Take that how you want. But I'm really psyched to have you here. Number one, to talk about your show, get more eyeballs and ears on it, and then also talk about your story too, for as long or as short as you would like, and then just kind of shoot the breeze as my microphone decides not to, behave again. Which everybody's gonna be like, "Did you get the new one yet?" Look at all these hello Erics.
Hello, everybody.
So many hellos with the pink waving hands. So many pink waving hands.
Awesome. Hi.
Hello. Thank you. Yes, I am a fanboy of Eric. I will always be a fanboy of Eric, no matter how good or bad I am at communicating in general. Pretty bad.
We're both bad. That's fine.
Okay. Well, hopefully they not cancel each other out. Well, before we get started on us talking, I want to toss up the video for the top 3, and everybody, you just check out the top 3. Spelled that wrong. Oh man. I'm going to own myself on that one. I'm going to own myself for spelling law nerd Amber as law nude Amber. Sorry, Amber. And I apologize for that. But, sometimes you just can't. I just can't control everything, including apparently my hands. So apparently we look like brothers.
Oh, interesting.
I'm sorry. I will take that as a compliment. You may not.
It's surprising because you are much taller than I am, and I am much darker than you are. So
it's true.
It's just an interesting observation.
But in the ring light, everybody is. Nurse for God, thank you so much for gifting a membership. Appreciate it. And Wendy, welcome to our group. So, sir, you are just coming off of an amazing trip, and I want to hear about it selfishly, and everybody else is going to have to hear with me.
Okay.
So tell me how it went.
Oh, yeah, it was good. I was just in the UK for CrimeCon UK, and the True Crime Awards. It was a really good time. Got to hang out with some listeners, hang out with some of my favorite podcast people that I only get to see, even though they live in the US, I only get to see in England, which is really funny.
Yeah.
But it was a good time. It was a good time.
And you're failing to mention something.
Oh,
you're so humble.
Oh, you mean this?
Oh, this thing?
Oh,
this little
this right
thing
here?
right here?
Yeah.
That is your listener's choice, right?
Yeah.
Yeah? That's awesome. That's so good. Ugh. I'm so happy for you. I'd say I'm so proud, but I don't have any. I mean, I'm not at that level where I should be proud. I'm so happy for you, man.
Thanks.
Are you doing any other cons this year?
Yeah, I'm doing the True Crime and Paranormal Podcast Festival in Austin.
Oh yeah, we got a lot of friends that are going to that.
Yeah.
Mike is going to be there for our show, but also Paige, and a lot of other folks. Folks here know Paige. Folks know Terry. But yeah, that's supposed to be a good time. If I don't make it, well, I say if I don't make it, I'm not going to make it. But hopefully, I can make it next year.
You should make it. You should try to make it. It's an amazing time. Honestly, like the workshops that they have, the panels that they have, everything is super focused on advocacy, focused on helping family members. Family members get to go for free and advocate for their loved ones. It's just a really amazing opportunity, and you get to meet some of your favorite true crime and paranormal podcasts.
And I think I really oh, Shireen said UK, I could have met you.
Aw, maybe next year.
Right. I think that's wonderful. I would love for folks to hear more about the advocacy portion, because that is a prime part of your podcast.
Yeah.
And can you tell folks kind of a little bit about your show? Just give them like the spiel.
Well, I have 3 now. So
you sound like me. Stop. But go on.
Well, so the first show that I started is True Consequences, of course, which is what I won the award for. And True Consequences I describe it as a love letter to my baby brother, Jacob, who was murdered 36 years ago. And so I created the show at first, it wasn't really wanting to talk about Jacob's story, because we had kind of given up. We had lost some hope about there ever being justice in Jacob's case. But what happened was I started to see other cases coming through the New Mexico court system that were very much similar to Jacob's case. And oftentimes I felt like the child abusers, the murderers, were not really given what I thought would be a fair sentence for what they did. In the sense that it was too lenient, in my opinion.
Sure. Yeah.
So I kept saying, like, somebody needs to say something about this. Somebody needs to do something about this. And really nobody was stepping up. So I just decided one day that I would start talking about these issues. And at the time, there weren't a lot of podcasts specifically focused on different parts of the country. So it was a little bit novel to have a show specifically focused just on New Mexico, just on one state. There was a couple of California related ones, a couple of Texas related ones, but there weren't a lot. And so I decided that would be a good way for me to give back to my community, a good way for me to educate myself and others, and a good way to help family members that are like myself and my mom, who are fighting for justice and don't really know where to turn or who to trust. And so the show started off a little rough. I think I was trying to figure out what I was doing and all of that.
It does for everybody.
But eventually I got into a groove of really wanting to advocate and really wanting to help family members who are fighting for justice. And then at some point I realized that I was being a little bit hypocritical. I was talking to a mom whose son was was murdered and he was tortured and dropped off in the desert to die. And I had talked to her through our interview. I said something along the lines of, what you ignore, you permit. And if you're not willing to stand up and talk about these issues, even though they're difficult, you can't expect things to change. And
Right.
in that moment, I realized, like, oh, wow, I need to practice what I'm preaching. Yeah, exactly. I hit myself.
Yeah.
And so I called my mom and I said, hey, can we talk about Jacob's case? Can we do that on the podcast? And she said yes. So that's how we got Jacob's case in there. At first, it wasn't going to be part of it, but now I'm glad we did.
Oh, absolutely. And maybe it was a good thing that, it took you a little bit of time and you didn't go straight into Jacob's case, because you kind of got a little bit of time under your belt and you got more comfortable, and hopefully that helped out. Of course, it's never easy to tell the story, which of course now I'm going to ask if you could tell everybody just a little bit about that, because it was so foundational to you starting your podcast. And I think that, if there's anybody in that area or even around, because I've got your link tree and such as a command in here, and so when our mods do the ! Eric, it'll take them to your link tree. But there's also the petition is still going, right? That you're still doing signatures for that. So there's a lot. So I guess what I'd like to do is just kind of tell people about this and Jacob and what the case is and how they can help.
Sure.
Yeah.
So this case it does involve child abuse. It involves domestic violence, and so it can be triggering for some people. So I just want to encourage everyone to take care of their mental health. Make sure that you're not putting yourself in a situation that's going to harm you. So I was born in 1980, and I was the second kid. My mom had been pregnant before me. She had twins, but they both passed away. They both had really weak hearts. And so I was the first one, the first one to survive, second kid. But I always wanted a little brother or a sister to play with. And I was pretty lonely as a kid. My dad was a Pentecostal evangelist. He traveled around the country, the big tent.
Yeah.
They're like healing people and all that other stuff that happens. That was my dad. That was his job. And so my family was very religious at the time. I prayed every single day and night for a brother. And yeah, I was pretty young. I think I was like maybe 4 when I found out my mom was pregnant. And it was probably one of the best days of my life. I still have a very vivid memory of it. I was at the park with my parents and I was riding my bike. It had training wheels on it. My dad decided to take the training wheels off, and I had ridden the bike for the first time by myself without training wheels. I did crash into a bush immediately after I took off, but
well, you learn to go, you don't learn to stop.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
That's the fun, right?
So I'm laying in the bush and I'm crying, and my dad and mom come over to me to check on me. And in that moment, they decide, in order to distract me from all my trauma and pain of falling in the bush and embarrassment, they were going to tell me that my mom was pregnant. And so, of course, I immediately forgot about everything that had happened and started running around screaming like a maniac. I was so happy.
Of course.
My parents, though, were having a hard time. They were struggling in their relationship. My dad was gone a lot, and he, I don't think, was really mature enough at the time to realize that he had a family at home that needed to be taken care of. So my mom was often left with the kids without any money, without any food, and it was really hard for her. At the same time, she discovered that my dad was having this emotional connection with another woman. I don't think that they had a physical affair. I think it was more of a really intense friendship.
Yeah.
They would talk on the phone all the time, and for my mom, that was the last straw. So she grabbed myself and my brother Jacob and moved us back to New Mexico. We were living in Texas at the time, so that she could be closer to my family, so that my grandmother and my aunts could help take care of us, so that she could work and support us. So we moved back to New Mexico. We moved in with my grandparents. And around the same time, my dad's best friend starts kind of coming around. And this person, I'm not going to use his real name because
Yeah.
it could cause a problem for the investigation.
Sure.
Or for any potential prosecution. So I'm just going to call him John. It's just
That works.
easy.
Yeah.
So John is somebody that my family knows very well. His dad is a preacher. His dad was my dad's mentor.
Wow.
His aunt is my godmother. His sister married my mom's brother. So, my mom went to school with him. My mom went to church with him. My whole family and his family are very connected. We knew each other our entire lives.
Right.
And he was my dad's best friend. Well, he was kind of the one that was planting the seeds about this woman to my mom.
Oh.
So I just need to put that out there.
Yeah.
And he would know that because he was talking to my dad because they were best friends. He started to shower my mom and I with affection and attention and gifts. And so for those of you that aren't aware of what that is called love bombing. It is when a abuser sees a vulnerability in somebody and works really hard to fill that vulnerability with attention and love in order to disarm you, in order to get you to trust them really quickly, so that they can abuse you. So he was love bombing us. He was, my dad had been absent a lot. So
Yeah.
for us, it was really nice to have somebody who was interested in us and wanted to make our lives better. He would often, bring food or candy or just try to do things that would put us in a good mood.
Right.
There was a lot of things happening behind the scenes that I didn't know about at the time, but he was really manipulating the whole situation to get my mom to live with him. So through this whole process, they start dating, and Jacob starts to have injuries on his body. And initially I'm blamed for these injuries. Initially, John is telling my mom and my grandmother that I'm very jealous of Jacob and that I hit Jacob, I kick Jacob, I punch Jacob every chance that I can. And any injury that he has is because of me.
And you're 6, right? You're 6?
I think I was
5 or
5,
6?
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So, my mom really isn't sure what to think. Like I said, she's known this guy forever. And, could I have been jealous of Jacob? Absolutely. Kids are jealous of each other all the time.
Yeah.
I don't remember hitting or kicking Jacob. It doesn't mean that I didn't, but I don't remember it happening. But there was an injury that I was blamed for that it just doesn't seem probable that I caused.
Yeah, I was going to mention that not seeming.
Yeah. So there's a point where Jacob, my grandmother discovers a lump on Jacob's head one day. And so they take him to the hospital, and he has a skull fracture and a subdural hematoma. and they have to lance and drain the lump on his head, and they had to put a styrofoam helmet on him, and he wasn't feeling good for a long time after that. So John told my mom that while she was at work, he left me, a 5-year-old, alone with Jacob, a 6-month-old at the time, so that he could take his kids to their mom's house. And he said that I picked Jacob up out of the crib and dropped him on his head, and that's how he got the lump on his head. Well, I don't remember that happening, first of all. I don't remember being left alone with Jacob. But if I was, that is absurd that you would even consider leaving a 5-year-old alone with a 6-month-old ever under any circumstances.
Right.
So just that alone is a problem if that's true. But
not to mention reaching into like the crib.
That's what that's what I was going to talk about, right? So this
sorry.
Yeah, no, that's you're right there with me. So the crib itself, it was in the 80s, so things were pretty different than they are now. But I would say that it was probably up to my chest height as an adult at like 5'9", so it was probably maybe like 5 foot 4'11".
You're not that much shorter than me. You said shorter earlier. You are not that much shorter than me. You are 2 inches shorter than me. That's not the point. Yeah. We'll continue on. Sorry.
Yeah. So in order for me to get Jacob out of the crib, and something to note too, Jacob was 10 pounds when he was born. Okay. So he was a big baby.
Yes.
By this point, I think he was about 20 pounds, and I was lucky if I was 40 pounds because I was not a very big kid. So just the gravity alone trying to get him out of there would be very, very difficult for me. I could probably have taken a kitchen chair and brought it up against the crib and picked him up, and maybe I could have dropped him, but that still I don't think would have been enough to fracture his skull or cause anything that happened. So anyway, I go through this in my mind because as a young kid, I was being blamed for all of this. So there's still a lot of like uncertainty for me about what was going on. I do remember being jealous of Jacob's name. I remember thinking that he had a better name than me, but I don't remember wanting to hurt him. I don't remember hitting him. I do remember one time when he pulled my hair and I did like hit at him to get him to stop, but that's the only time I remember hitting Jacob. So my mom was not sure what was going on. So she calls my dad and asks my dad to take me with him so that she can just get me out of the situation. At the same time, she's also starting to have some doubts about John. So I go to California to be with my dad. My mom really starts to limit how much time John is alone with Jacob. But things keep happening to Jacob. So I'm out of the picture. I'm in another state. Things keep happening to Jacob. And one of the most notable things that happened was Jacob was a fearless kid. I mean, he was only 9 months old when he died, but he had this huge personality. He had this baby swing, and his favorite thing to do was when it would swing forward, he would grab the front legs, and as it would swing backwards, the whole thing would fall. And he thought it was like the funniest thing that had ever happened. And like he was just crazy. He would do crazy things. He would pull all of the drawers out of the kitchen cabinets. He had a laugh like Eddie Murphy.
Really?
Yeah. So I remember one time I heard all this noise in the kitchen. I go in the kitchen and there's like knives and forks and everything everywhere. And he's crawling around it. And I'm like, Jacob, stop. What are you doing? And he looked at me and he just went, So I'm saying all of this because there was a day when my grandmother was watching Jacob, and one of his favorite things to do was to play Superman. So, you pick him up over your head and you act like he's flying. He loved it.
Yeah.
My grandma goes to do this and he starts screaming and crying and he's clawing at her hair. And so she stops. My mom comes home and she says, "Hey, I don't know what's going on with Jacob. He's acting really weird. Normally he likes when I pick him up like this." And she goes, "But now he freaks out." My mom says, "Well, what do you mean?" And she shows my mom, and Jacob is literally trying to jump out of my grandmother's arms into my mom's arms, and he's screaming and crying. So she goes to John and she says, "Are you playing rough with Jacob? Like, what's going on?" And he said, "No, all I do is this." And he picks Jacob up, and again, Jacob is screaming and crying and trying to jump out of his arms. So my mom says, "Don't ever play with him like that again. He doesn't like it. Stop." And at this point, she's like, "That's it. He's not going to be alone with Jacob." Because again, I was removed, but things kept happening. He kept getting hurt. So on April 9th, 1987, Jacob is a few months past that first brain injury, but he hasn't been the same since the injury. He's been very grumpy. He's had ear infections. He cried a lot. He was very fussy. He wasn't feeling good. He was on some medication that he had an allergic reaction to. So there was just a lot of stuff happening at the same time for him. And my grandmother really wanted to go to church, but Jacob had been so fussy that she called my mom and said, "Is there anything I can do? I want to go to church, but I don't want to bring Jacob because he's not feeling good." And my mom said, "Well, that's fine. I get off in an hour. You can take him to John. I'll be home really soon." I think she said, "What's the worst that could happen in an hour?" And as soon as she hung up with my grandmother, she had this really terrible feeling that something bad was going to happen. So she went to her boss and she said, "I need to leave. I need to go home. I can't stay here." Her boss said, "I'm sorry, you can't. You have to work." So she got busy. She started just focusing on work. And less than an hour into that time period, John comes running into the grocery store that she was working at in a panic. And he says that Jacob is unconscious and non-responsive, and he's on the way to the hospital. At the same time, there's an ambulance driving by on the street with Jacob. So they go to the Socorro Hospital. Socorro, New Mexico is where this all happened. It's where I'm from. And his injuries are so severe that he has to be airlifted to Albuquerque, which is 75 miles north. And they take him to one hospital, but they're not equipped to deal with it either. So he's lifted again to another hospital in Albuquerque, to the University of New Mexico, which is the only trauma one center in the state. My mom and my grandparents and John had to take a car up. They weren't allowed in the air ambulance. So it was an hour and a half drive at the time. By the time Jacob gets to the University of New Mexico, his injuries are so bad that he's requiring a emergency surgery. And because my mom's still driving, the doctor signed off on it and started to perform surgery on Jacob. And my mom gets there, and Jacob is in surgery. And John is just over and over saying, "This isn't going to look good for me. This looks really bad for me. I can't believe this is happening to me." And all the way up there, he was telling my mom, "I swear it was an accident. I swear I didn't do anything. I promise you." She just wasn't, she wasn't in a mindset to hear any of that.
Yeah, no.
Jacob didn't make it through the surgery. And my mom, she ran away, hysterical. John continued to talk about himself. And it was so strange that the doctor actually wrote notes about that conversation and how concerned he was. He said that he told the doctor that he was dubbing cassette tapes, and if you're, over, or if you're under 30, you probably don't even know what that means. But a long time ago, in the before time,
in the before time,
we used to have these things called cassette tapes, and you were able to totally pirate that very easily. If you had a dual deck, you could just play one and record on the other. So he claimed he was recording some mixtape for his brother, and Jacob had been fussy, so he gave Jacob some old tapes to play with. He said that Jacob still wasn't really like feeling great, so he was going to put him down to bed. So as he picked up Jacob out of his walker, he heard the tape click, which is your signal that it's time to flip the tapes so that you can record the other side. So he claims that he set Jacob on the couch, and that as he turned his back to change the tapes over, he heard a loud noise, and then he looked and Jacob was lying on the floor. His eyes were rolling in the back of his head, and yellow stuff was coming out of his mouth. When he said that to the doctor said, there is no way that that's what happened. I can tell you what happened. And he said, essentially, it was blunt force trauma, and it looked about the size of the open hand of an adult male. Like he saw that on the CAT scan.
Right.
So then John backpedals and changes his story and says, oh, well, actually what was happening is this is the weirdest one. I was using my beard to tickle between Jacob's legs. I don't even understand, but okay. And Jacob lost his balance, and I tried to pick him up, and his head hit the armchair. Again, the doctor said, no, that's not how this happened either. Because again, he's describing sharp first trauma. The first time he was claiming it was the coffee table. Now he's claiming it's the armchair. So there's an investigation that happens immediately. State police start interrogating everybody. I'm woken up at 5 a.m. in California. My dad says we have to go to Albuquerque right now. There's been an accident. Something's happened to Jacob. We get off the plane, and I'm immediately taken into an interview room with the state police, and I'm interrogated.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm asked if I ever hit Jacob, if I was jealous of Jacob, if I wanted to hurt Jacob. And they asked me if I kicked Jacob, and I said, no. They asked me if I knew who did, and I said, I don't know. They asked me if John had ever hit me, and I said, no, but he always acts like he's going to.
Okay.
So, it all gets kind of weird from here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any questions or anything that you need me to clarify before I go forward?
The folks listening have been asking some questions, but we'll get there eventually.
Okay.
But I really I had that one moment where I interrupted you. I don't want to interrupt you again because this is important to be told. This is an important thing. So,
and just for somebody asked how old Jacob was. Jacob was 9 months old when he died. So at this point, my mom and I moved back in with my grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
John is stalking us. He is following my mom around town. He's leaving notes on her car. He's calling her at work. He's giving notes to her boss at work. He's giving notes to my aunts. He's trying to tell my mom that he wants to tell her what really happened to Jacob. But the only place that he wants to do that is at Jacob's grave. So my mom, my mom's not falling for it.
No.
And then he says, okay, well, I have this polygraph I have to do in Santa Fe, and I want you to come with me. I'm going to prove to you that this was an accident. I'm going to prove to you that this didn't do this on purpose. Come with me to this polygraph. And so we went. It was July. They wouldn't let us inside, so we had to sit outside. Of course, our car didn't have air conditioning back then. He comes out several hours later and says, my mom says, "Hey, how did it go?" He says, "Great, I passed." And we all were like, obviously, because you just walked out of the police department. So obviously you passed, right?
Yeah.
So my mom's like, okay, I guess I can accept that this was an accident. I can accept it. He didn't get arrested for, failing a polygraph. So obviously he was right. So they start seeing each other again. And he comes out with this story that he committed insurance fraud. So he said that he had signed us up, my mom and I, up for medical benefits through the county. He worked for the county, and that because he claimed that she was his wife, if they didn't get married, he was going to go to prison. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what he said. So they ended up getting married. Somebody asked why he had to go to Santa Fe polygraph. That's because the state police were conducting it, and the state police office is in Santa Fe. So they get married, and that's when we get to meet the real John. Up until this point, he has been the happy, loving, gregarious, friendly, outgoing guy. And yeah, she did go back to him because she knew him her whole life. She trusted this person. He was not a stranger. And he, we thought he passed the polygraph. So yeah.
Right. He walked out.
Him. He hadn't been abusive to her. He hadn't really hurt me yet at this point. So she had no reason to doubt what he was saying. So I just want to clarify that because I know people can get a little bit judgy about domestic violence situations, especially when they don't understand them and how they work. But there's a lot of psychology behind it. And if you don't know, I highly encourage you to learn about it because it's not just as simple as why didn't she leave?
Yeah.
So he starts to be very abusive once they're married. And physically starts beating my mom up every chance he gets, and starts to isolate me and lock me up in my room for hours and hours at a time. He locked me in a dryer at one point. He sexually abused me. If I needed the restroom and I was locked in my room, if he didn't feel like I needed to go, I wasn't allowed to go. And so I had to figure it out. And oftentimes it's, you just have to go.
Yeah.
I slept with a kitchen knife, a bottle of Aquanet, a lighter under my pillow, and a baseball bat under my bed. I was 10 years old. I never knew if I was going to make it to the next day. He killed my dog in front of me. He would tell me if I ever told anybody what he was doing, that he would kill me and he would kill my mom, and nobody would ever find us. He told my mom the only way she was leaving him was in a body bag. And he strangled her. I saved her life. They were fighting. That is worst fight I'd ever heard. And she stopped screaming. And I just knew something was wrong. And so I was locked in my room, but I broke out of the window and I went to their side of the house and I threw a rock through their window and I got him to chase me down the road. And he had a wire hanger wrapped around my mom's neck. And she had lost consciousness. That's why she stopped screaming. But when he chased me, she had enough time to get her breath and get her stuff together so she could get out of the house and leave.
Yeah.
So every day was a nightmare. Every day was horror filled. I never told my mom about what happened to me because I didn't want us to get murdered. But he started trying to groom my cousin, my 13-year-old cousin at the time. He started trying to groom her so he could sexually abuse her by calling her and telling her that she's beautiful and that he's in love with her and that nobody would understand it. So she can't say anything to anybody. But he wants to be with her and he wants her to come when my mom's at work and, so that they can be intimate together. But he didn't know my cousin. He thought my cousin was like my mom and I, that she was shy and quiet and reserved, and she's not. She's loud. She's a big mouth. She doesn't care what anybody thinks about anything. So she had a whole conversation with him just to let him say everything he was going to say, and then immediately hung up and told my grandmother. And then called my mom and told my mom. And so I think my mom, for her, when it was in her mind, when she was the only one being abused, I think she in some way felt like she deserved it. I think in some way she felt like she could handle it. But when she found out that my cousin was being groomed for abuse, that was it. She left.
Yeah.
She left him. And immediately she found out, once we left and I felt safe enough, I told her what happened to me. And we went to the court and we went to the police and I filed reports. And they asked me questions about his genitals and all kinds of other things. And then nothing happened. Nothing happened. So it's important for people to know that he played basketball with the police every weekend. Okay. He worked for the county. He had the keys to every county building. He was never prosecuted. He was never charged until my mom left him and asked for charges to be brought with regards to Jacob's death. They arrested him for one night and then they let him go. When my mom went to the DA and said, "Hey, are you guys going to prosecute?" They said, "No, you changed your story." And what they're talking about is when my mom was first interviewed by the police, they said, "Do you think that he is capable of hurting Jacob intentionally?" My mom said, "I don't think so." So when she ended up with him, being married to him, being abused by him every day, her opinion of that changed.
It was like 4 years, wasn't it? Between Yeah.
So it's like now she knows he's capable of it because he almost killed her.
Right.
So, they treated her like she was this evil ex-wife trying to make problems for her upstanding citizen of a husband. So years go by, nothing happens. New DA comes, we go to that new DA and we say, "Hey, can you prosecute, please? Like, there's other kids whose lives are at stake right now because this guy is free. There's women whose lives are at stake right now because this guy is free. Can you please do something?" And they would say, "No, sorry, we can't." Or, "No, we won't because a number of reasons. You just pick it." They've given us all the reasons.
Every single one.
Yeah. 2005, my mom went to the state police and said, "I need help. This is ridiculous. Like, it's already been, 18 years or whatever, and there's still nothing.
Right.
Nothing's happened." So the state police cold case investigation unit did an investigation on the case, and he came to the conclusion that John was responsible. That whether it was negligent or intentional, he was responsible for
Right.
what happened to Jacob, that there's no way that his stories could have resulted in the injuries that Jacob had. That is very clear, very, very clear. So he said that there was enough evidence at the time to prosecute. He doesn't know why they didn't. He turned it over to the district attorney. The district attorney said, there's not enough evidence. It's also been too long, and we're not going to prosecute it. We're going to close it.
What?
So it was closed in 2005. I started the podcast and, you know, all this stuff. Through this whole process, I was able to get the case reopened.
Yeah.
But it was not easy. So I had to basically inundate the district attorney with calls and emails from around the world for a few days, and he turned it over to the attorney general. That was the only way the attorney general could get their hands on it, is the district attorney had to turn it over. And so he did, and I'm grateful for that. And they are investigating it, and it is reopened right now, but we have a lot of things that we have to deal with, right? Before I get into all that, I do need to say some things that are, you know, people are probably pretty upset right now. I'm going to make you more upset. So I'm sorry about that. When we got the case file from the reinvestigation in 2005, there's a little note that says, John no longer requires a polygraph because he confessed. Now, according to the police, there's no recording of that confession. Even though I talked to one of the investigators and he said that he at least put 4 tapes into evidence. At least 4. There's no tapes. There's no notes. There's no transcript. There's no affidavit. There's nothing that even alludes to what the confession was or what circumstances it was given under. So we don't know what he confessed to. We only know that he confessed because of a supplemental report that had a little note in it. Otherwise, we would not have known that there was even a confession. So we also learned that he failed the polygraph. The 2 questions that he failed were, did you hit Jacob in the head area? And I think, did you intentionally hit Jacob in the head area? He said no, and he failed both of those questions. So there's a lot of evidence that's missing.
Yeah.
There's a lot that we don't have. And so I'm now working with, he did have keys to every building in the county. Yep. I did get confirmation that there was a cover-up from an inside source that was involved in the investigation. I, up until this point, have been unwilling to say that because I didn't have any proof. But now that it's been confirmed by somebody who was actively working the case and left the police department and moved to another city after it because of it.
Oh, wow. Oh, man. So, sorry, that was my smack in the back of the head. That's I guess in my head, and probably yours and everybody else's, it's like, is this guy really worth it like that? Do you know what I mean? Like, the answer is no, but like, why? You know,
it's a small town. It's a small town. Everybody knows everybody. Everybody's related. I'm not saying that makes it okay. I'm just saying this is why it's happening.
Right.
You know, they all grew up together. Yes, the monster is still alive. Yes, he's still free. He's been free forever. He's spent 1 night in jail, and yeah, and he killed a baby. So like, the fact that they covered that up, like, that is just, I can't believe it. I mean, I believe it, but I don't want to believe it, you know, because I grew up thinking that we have a justice system that is fair and that is just and it works. It doesn't work.
and it wasn't, I mean, and it was also that he also terrorized both your mother and you. He tried to kill. I'm
Mhm.
not sorry, you know me.
Yeah.
He tried to kill your mother.
Mhm.
The fact that, man, I mean, small town runs deep, I guess, but but I guess that's why you and I are on this side, is that there's no way I could ever see myself looking past any of that, or even getting to that point.
Right.
Um,
Well, that's why I want to talk about it. That's
Yeah.
why I want to talk about what's wrong with New Mexico, because like
Yeah.
I know it's a lot, and I know it seems like it's fantastical and it's like way out there. This happens all the time here in this state, all the time, and it continues to happen. We have
mhm.
a Child Protective Services department that their philosophy is reunification at any cost.
That's not.
So it doesn't matter if a kid has been taken out of a home multiple times, they're going to constantly try to bring them back to that abuser over and over and over again. This is how kids are dying. This is why kids are
Yeah.
dying here.
Yeah. There's it. It brings up the whole thing that you and I worked on, which was that baby Brianna case. And if folks don't know, and I'm not trying to detract attention from your story, obviously,
No.
but it's one of the many in New Mexico,
Mhm.
and that story is. I mean, you and I had a lot of chats about that story.
Yeah.
That was a very, yeah.
Well, and somebody mentioned that it's not just New Mexico, and I completely agree
No.
that it's not just New Mexico, but this is where my mission is. This is where my heart is.
Mhm.
This is where I am trying to make a difference in my local community, and that's why I'm talking about it. This is where I live. Jacob died 36 years ago. There are still kids dying to this day. We've got baby Brianna. We've got Omar Ivarella. We've got Victoria Martins. We've got Jeremiah Valencia, James Dunkley Cruz. I mean, there are so many that we can't even name all of them. And baby Brianna's mom is free.
Yeah.
She's living her life.
Yeah.
Like it happens everywhere else, but I'm focused on it because this is my little corner of the world and I want to make it better because it's awful.
Well, and you don't, as an individual, and I don't have to tell you this, but everybody else, I mean, you don't have to look at the country or the world as a whole and then try and make this world sweeping difference. I mean, if you look at that one corner, if you look at your block, where you live, and you see something that needs to be done, you're not going to apply it everywhere, but you're going to do something on that block to make it better. And that's what you're doing. And not only that, but New Mexico and the system and the statistics and everything inside and out. And I wouldn't ask you about anything else because honestly, yes, it is happening everywhere else, but this is an example of that. So just apply it across the board. And this happens to be your area of knowledge and expertise, which, I mean, it's hard to be knowledgeable in this. I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you probably see stats every day where you're just like, when is this gonna, when, and it's never, can't be too soon.
I get so passionate about it. So, I apologize. I get on my like soapbox and start preaching, but it's something that I really care about. It's something that, my heart is driving me to do, driving me to talk about, driving me to fight for, because, people were not fighting for kids back then. They're still not fighting for kids today here. And, we have a lot of crime. We have a lot of drug addiction here. We have a lot of domestic violence and a lot of child abuse. All of this stuff is cyclical. It all kind of runs through generations, and untreated trauma can lead to substance abuse, which can lead to property crime, which can lead to being arrested and then going in and out of the system and becoming a statistic. You know, everybody has a choice when they grow up in these situations. You can decide to let it consume you and destroy you, or you can take that energy and turn it into something better. And you can say, oh, this cycle stops here. My kid never has to worry in my house.
Yep.
He never has to worry. He can sleep peacefully knowing that he's safe. And that's the best gift that I can give.
Absolutely. Are you okay with taking some questions from folks? Just in general, it doesn't have to be anything else. I do want to say that I have seen an outpouring from our group. They are saying, do not apologize, be unapologetic, keep telling you that story. This is overall, this is one of my favorite communities. They're very supportive.
Thank you all.
Let's see. Oh, here we go. Perfect. Thank you, Jill. What can we do, Eric? What can we do?
Yeah, sharing Jacob's story goes a long way. I know it seems like a very small thing, but honestly, the more people that hear Jacob's story, the more pressure we are going to put on the Attorney General to do the right thing, which is to wrap up this investigation. I have a private investigator that I'm working with right now. I've been raising money for that. I don't think that I'm going to need more money beyond that. So I'm donating anything that's left over that we don't use for that to other families that are trying to do similar things. So you can donate to that if you want, but like I said, we're good with money, so I don't feel like you have to do that. Sharing Jacob's story goes a long way. There's a petition available for Jacob, that if you sign that petition on change.org, that only helps show the Attorney General that we have an army behind us, and we do have an army behind us. This Attorney General is very concerned with electability. So the more people know about this case, the less likely he is to ignore it. So if you even have the extra time to go to Dateline and submit Jacob's case as a potential case to cover, or, there's some that I would like to avoid. Nancy Grace, excuse me. But other than that, I'm pretty open.
I just shared the petition link in the chat, so if you all can go, and I would love to see the 119 folks plus whoever else watches this later, click on that and go, and we'll also share it on everything too. Let me see here. I think the thing that something that I didn't either I didn't remember or remember hearing or reading was that John was stalking, which to me is just exerting control further. And Kenny did ask, is he still doing this, or is he?
Oh, he ran away when he found out the case was reopened. Nobody knows where he's at. So
okay.
That's why we have a PI helping us with that too. But yeah, no, he boarded up the house that he inherited from his parents and disappeared in the night. And from what I understand, nobody knows where he's at. So no, he's not still stalking. He did stalk us for a good year after that. Megan asked if she should email the DA. I would say the DA is actually out of this now, so it would be the Attorney General. If you want to email the Attorney General in New Mexico, you can ask them to continue and finish the investigation. But honestly, I feel like that's a little bit preemptive right now, because what we're trying to do is get a case file together to turn over to the Attorney General to say, here, we did all the work for you, now go prosecute it. If he refuses, then we'll probably start harassing and calling and emailing him. Because that'll get him to change. The petition's on change.org. If you just Google Jacob Landin, Landin, change.org, it'll pop up as number 1.
Yeah, and Landin is Landin. And Candace was wondering, is there under your link tree, is there a link to that petition?
Maybe. maybe. I don't
Did
know.
I put up like an old contact for you?
No, the link tree's good. I
Hopefully
just don't know if
didn't.
I put the petition on there or
Okay.
not.
Okay. I'll make sure that I try and get it out to everybody. The other thing that I can do is I'll post something on YouTube as well, and people can get the link that way.
Okay.
So I'll make sure that it's on there. I'll try and put it as many places as we possibly can. Nan, thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you.
I think I have met a lot of people in this field.
505 por vida. Sorry.
What you said.
That's my people.
That's your. Is that it? Is that yeah? Hello. But oh, see, there's my ADHD brain. Oh, out of everybody that I've met, in this field of whether it's podcasting or doing this recently, I mean, and you know, I'm not just saying this. I'm very genuine when I say this. You are one of the strongest people that I have ever known. And you are doing things that, I mean, yeah, I'd like to say that I could do, but don't know. But it's, I want to be better about helping. That's for sure. Somebody asked about your mom.
My mom is still alive.
Yeah.
She has severe PTSD and she's disabled, but she's alive and she's fighting with me. She's helping with the whole process. So, you know, we're doing this together.
Yeah. And I know that the folks here and who watch later are gonna, you know, if there are any updates that you can share later on, I know that they'll want to hear, you know, something about it. And if there's anything I've learned about these folks, they're very they want to get involved, which is awesome. And that's why I wanted you on, because
Hey Arlene is another family advocate fighting for justice for her I believe uncle, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, maybe cousin. I think it's your uncle. Leon Laurelis was killed in Brownwood, Texas. He was a gay man and they're still trying to fight for justice for his case as well. So go show Uncle. I was right. Okay. Go show Arlene some love on the Justice for Leon page, please.
Is that
law news? She's not law news, she said.
She's yeah, sorry. Is it Justice for Leon Jacob, MD?
Leon Laurelis.
Leon Laurelis. I've got the wrong thing. Oh, there it is. I'm sorry. Apologize. All right. I just want to make sure that I put that in the chat as well. We try to provide everybody with resources and things like that. As you were talking, the mods were popping in different links to like domestic assault and that kind of stuff. We like to kind of, we wish we didn't have to, but it's really important to us. And so that's something that,
and I just want to say, like, thank you for listening to the story. I know it's not an easy story to listen to. I know it's not, you know, it's a dark and difficult story to listen to, but it's an important one. And it's important that we talk about this, because I guarantee you that if you think about it, you either know somebody or you are somebody who has been affected by domestic violence or child abuse in some way. And it's that common that every single person on this stream right now has either knows somebody or has experienced that. And so why are we not willing to talk about these things if it's that common?
Right.
We're just lying to ourselves.
Yeah. It's there's a lot. It's a really terrible example of just our ability to sweep something under the rug if we don't want to talk about it, no matter how prevalent it is. And more people, we need more people like you. We do. And if there is any way, shape, or form that I can use this platform or any other platform to help get your information, your news, your story out there, I'll do everything in my power to do so.
Thank you, JT.
Yeah, you mean a lot to me, man. You've been a friend of mine for a long time, and you put up with all my BS. And so, even at one point, us trying to do a, drag race
Podcast.
recap,
Yeah,
it's still there. It's still in the back of my head. It's still there, chilling. But thank you. Thanks for coming on, man. I appreciate it. And y'all, anything anything True Consequences you can find on that link tree we posted. But I suggest just going straight to whatever podcatcher of your choice and just hitting subscribe and giving it a listen. And of course, you have 2 other ones.
Yeah.
What are the 2 other ones too?
So people that are from New Mexico, from Albuquerque, probably understand this more than anybody else would. So Dos Spuqueños, DOS, which is Spanish for 2. Spuqueños, which is a totally made up word. So people from Albuquerque are called Burqueños, Burquenos. So Alex and I are spooky Burqueños. We're Spuqueños. And we just talk about ghosts and hauntings and cryptids, and we joke a lot, and it's a lot of fun. It's a good mental health break for me from all the sad advocacy focused stuff that I do. And then I have another true crime. It's more of a conversational format, but still advocacy focused. It's called Crime Lines and Consequences, and it's with my friend Charlie from Crime Lines and me from True Consequences.
Boom. I love I love that. I love just how everything has just been, podcasting's a build, but it's getting there for you, and I hope it just continues truly. And I having listened to plenty of Dos Pequeños, I think some of our folks will really, really enjoy that show a lot.
It's a fun show.
But also, we do like our palate cleanser, if that makes sense, like our de-stress with our show on Sundays. And one day we're gonna have you on there for that for sure, because WTF is a joy.
I'm into it. Let's do it.
Usually wigs show up and it's a whole thing. It's all of them.
Fun.
But that being said, sir, I know that you've given me a little over an hour now, and I know you're pooped because you've got a job and everything else going on too. So please give everybody my love, and everybody here's love. And there's been a lot of good messages out there. So everybody, if you haven't signed already, sign the form.
Awesome.
It's easy to do, and it goes a far way. So thank you, sir. I appreciate you. And I will chat with you sooner than before.
All right. Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Bye, man. I'll talk to you later. Oh, I love Eric so much. He truly is one of the strongest people that I know. And it's those random friendships you meet over time, and in no way, shape, or form was the world supposed to bring him and I together. And yet that happened by sheer happenstance. And so thank you, everybody, for being an ear and listening. It is not an easy story, as you can tell right now. I'm overklempt. It is not an easy story. But Eric's been living with this for 36 years. And we've seen in a few trials the fact, some folks' definition of justice is much different than what it should be. And so y'all's help is going to definitely going to help overall. So, oh boy. I want to move us into Jodi, and kind of finish off the night with Jodi's testimony, I did find the YouTube playlist, which means that I can speed it up a little bit. I don't know if y'all can hear that, but there are some solid storms happening out here. And you heard me. I said storms. I said storms. I know what I said. Good night. You are welcome, but mostly thanks to Eric for making time for sure. There's like been warnings of hail, and I think that it's been sent my way on purpose, truly. Yeah. Yes. She drove Juan crazy. She drove Kirk crazy. She drove them all crazy. Storms. It's there. It's right there. That's the storm. So I did find it on YouTube, and so I'm able to speed it up a little bit. This particular video in this playlist doesn't have closed captions, but I think I'll be able to fix it and make it loud enough. So we'll get started. We'll get moving and grooving.
Was there a certain point in time?
Give me one moment so I can boost the
you said it was getting too
audio.
intense for you. Did you and Mr. Juarez break up?
Yes. It was one afternoon. I broke up with him on the phone. I don't know where my parents were, but my Aunt Lisa was at the house. She was picking my brother and I up. I was having this conversation with him. He was very upset. And Lisa wanted us to leave. She wanted to take us. We had to go somewhere with her. So I didn't have time to stay on the phone with him for a long time and talk through it with him. So I had to sort of abruptly end the phone call shortly thereafter. And it was, I don't know, I guess he didn't take that well.
Okay. What do you mean by you guess he didn't take it that well?
I found out a few years later that he approached.
Overruled, you may continue.
Sorry, Ms. Harris. I was described, we were asking, you said you understood that Mr. Juarez didn't take the breakup.
Don't go.
When you were about 15 so well. Describe for us what you mean by that.
I learned a few years later that he slit both of his wrists and tried to kill himself. And he was committed to some kind of psychiatric ward in Citrus Heights, just north of Sacramento.
Okay. Did you have, after this phone call where you broke up and you left the home, did you have any sort of relationship with him in between that and the well, let me ask you this way. It sounds like he was your boyfriend again about the time when you turned 18, right? A few months
Yes.
beforehand? Okay. How did that come about?
We didn't talk.
Still low on the volume?
for
Okay.
2 years. It's kind of silly. There was this older man that used to come into my parents' restaurant. I'd say he was in his 60s, maybe 70s, and he always had his Bible. And it was a small pocket version of the New Testament, and he had it all marked up, and he was always, quoting Bible scripture and things. And he had done the math in the Bible and determined that he knew when the second coming was going to occur. And he said it was going to occur September 23rd, 1997. So I was really naive and I kind of believed him. So he would come in weekly or several times a week on my shift and continue to reiterate that.
Is that better?
So, at the time I was non-denominational Christian and this seemed important. So I thought that Bobby should know about it because at the time.
Let me know if that's better.
And he was uncertain about his spirituality, at least when I last had known him. So to me, it was important that
Yes.
he at least hear that information so he can make a decision for himself. So I made contact with him again and called him in, I think, mid-September 2007.
Okay,
I'm sorry, 1997.
Just so we're clear, in terms of your high school years, how long of a break, I guess, was there between this phone call that you made to break up with Mr. Juarez and the phone call you made to recontact him? How long of a break was?
I'm running at a 1.25. I can go back to the original feed that we had. That seemed to go well, but I've got people on both sides of this debate about volume here. All right, hold on. One sec. I'd run a poll, but I can't run a poll. My microphone doesn't want to behave either. It's just going to be one of those nights, probably. All right, where were we? We were 1 second here. JT, pull it together. All right. We'll go back to this for now. And then I'll try and work some magic in between today and Wednesday. Thanks for putting up with me.
When you begin working for.
Whoa, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. Hold the phone. This is what happens. Okay, let's give that a shot.
Time to support yourself, right?
Yes, Bobby and I went to Chico, California briefly, which is near Sacramento. It's a little bit south.
You too.
I was going to work there. I was going to live there. It didn't work out. We were there for about a week, and we went back. And so then I applied at a restaurant where I applied at Denny's, actually. And the woman there that gave me a good reference had worked for my dad the previous year, her and her husband. So I was hired there around, I think, August 2000. Wait, I'm sorry. That would be 1998.
Okay.
And are you working full-time?
Yes, I am. Was.
And is that the only job you had, or did you have another?
I didn't, I'm sorry, I forgot, because in between that, I did have a brief job at this restaurant called the Purple
I'll
Plum.
see if I can find a better
busser.
playlist. But for
I
now,
worked there
here we
briefly
are.
before thinking I was going to move to Chico, and then I came back and began to work at Denny's.
So working at Denny's, was this how you were supporting yourself and Mr. Juarez?
Yes, that became our income.
Were you making a lot of money?
Well, the cost of living wasn't very high. I would say no, but we were making ends meet because I didn't have rent or mortgage. At that point, his parents had moved out and into a rest home. So we had the kind of run of the house and cleaned it up a little and, discovered just things about the house that we didn't know about before because it was so cluttered.
Well, who was paying for the phone? Who was paying for the power?
Not me. I don't know. I guess I really don't know. The phone was there, the power was there. I think his parents were still paying for it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Were you giving Bobby money to buy food, or how was that?
Yes, I went grocery shopping. I started buying him a few clothes. At one point, the power did shut off in the winter.
The power was shut off.
Yeah, it was shut off briefly.
So how did you get by? Were you able to get it turned back on? How did that?
We had a furnace and we used candles for a while. It was very cold. I don't remember how they got the power on, but Bobby had a friend or knew somebody that he had come over to the house and he tinkered with a meter on the side of the house and then we had power again. So
At this point in time, life doesn't seem like it was very ideal.
no, but it was, I enjoyed the freedom. We just played it by ear. I got moved to the graveyard shift at Denny's after some months there. And so we all became night owls, me and Bobby and all of our circle of friends that we
My
socialized
$10
with.
wigs are better. Just gonna
At
toss that
this
out.
point in time, how did Bobby treat you?
I thought he treated me well until I discovered that he wasn't being faithful.
And when in your relationship did you discover that?
We had gone, he was on the party line a lot and he talked to this woman frequently. He said they were just friends. They had been interested in each other in the past, but they decided they were just friends. It made me a little uncomfortable. He would talk to her a lot, actually, in my presence. So I figured he's doing it right in front of me. There's nothing going on there. So then one day we went to the library. That's where we went for our internet access, and he would email her a lot. And I had to go to work at the Purple Plum, and I dropped him off at his friend's house, and I went to go to the Purple Plum, and before going to the Purple Plum, I went back to the library, and I clicked, he had a Hotmail account. This is in 1998. So I clicked I don't know if they had different security things for Hotmail at that point, but I clicked the back button to see what was really going on with her because I had suspicions. And I found a whole bunch of love letters that he was writing her that were all contemporaneous with the time that we were together. So I printed them out and I called in sick for work because I was not well emotionally. And I drove back out to his friend's house, and I didn't want to create a scene of drama. So I just said, "Can I talk to you?" And so we went into the bathroom, and I pulled them out of my pocket and handed them to him, and he opened them up and read them. And I don't he kind of felt like shocked.
I think this is all her. All her.
Kind of glossed over it a little bit. When you saw these letters, how did it make you feel?
It didn't make me feel good. He was very loving and poetic with this person, and I could tell he had real feelings for her. And I don't know, I guess I felt jealous a little bit, but my heart was pounding. I just felt very deceived. I forgot to mention one of the things I did before I went to the house is I drove back out to Montague, and I took all of my belongings out of his room and put them in my car, and decided I was going to move out and in with my grandmother. So that's when I went back to his house and confronted him with those.
Okay.
Or I mean, back to the friend's house, sorry.
You mentioned that he was this woman, whoever it was that he was corresponding with, that he was treating her in a very loving, poetic way.
Yes.
It leads to the implication anyway that he wasn't that way to you.
He was initially, but I don't know. I guess we had just sort of gotten comfortable around each other, and we weren't fighting or anything. We were just kind of, I don't know. I don't really know how to explain it. He was still loving toward me, but it seemed like he was going out of his way to really court her, whereas I was already, in the bag, so to speak.
You were already, what was that?
Just like he didn't have to court me. I was already with him. Does that make sense?
Okay, yes. Was Bobby ever physically abusive towards you?
There was one time where we had a fight. I'm trying to think, I think this was in 99. We had broken up and got back together a few times. I broke up with him, obviously, after that incident, and then he somehow, it's a long story, but he convinced me to stay, so I stayed and put all my things back, and he promised he wouldn't have contact with her anymore. But we broke up a few more times and then got back together, and at one point, I had moved out of his house and I was living with another woman, and it wasn't far from his house. It was like 2 blocks. And in Montague, there's a lot of fields. We could see each other's houses from there, sort of. And so I was advised over and over to get away from him because he's not healthy, but my heart was, I still cared about him. So one day he came over to the house like he always did, and we were hanging out. And I don't remember how, but an argument started, and
Objection, condemnations,
Sustained.
When was this?
this was sometime in 1999. I think it was in the fall, early fall, like September, maybe even August, but I think it was around sometime in the early fall.
Okay. And he was at the home. Was he physical with you at this acquaintance's home?
Yes, our argument escalated, and he approached me and spun me around, and he was very much into martial arts, so he had some kind of hold. I guess it was called a stranglehold. So he started strangling me, and just for a few seconds, and then he let go. I almost passed out. I fell on my knees, and it kind of made me upset because he'd never done that before. So I got up, he started walking away, I got up and I said something to him like, what did I say? Something to the effect
Yeah,
of,
Ricky.
my family would be very upset if they found out what you just did. And then he began to describe in detail how he would kill each member of my family. He knew a lot about my family, so these were all very personalized details about how they would die. And at that point, the argument escalated again, and he attacked me again. I don't know how, he jumped on me. And at that point, I was trying to get to the phone to call 911, and he got my arm in some kind of lock and was putting pressure on my forearm, and I thought he might break it, because that seemed to be what the goal was. So I managed to grab the phone and I called 911, and he grabbed it out of my hand and hung up. And I was crying, and he kept telling me to shut up because they were going to call back. So he was right. The phone rang and he answered, and he gave the operator an excuse, like said my girlfriend was trying to program 911 into the speed dial and accidentally called it.
This happened, and then you got back together with him, right? Or you didn't really break up? This happened and
This was really, I'm sorry, this was really toward the end of our relation. We still, this was really toward the end. It didn't happen. We didn't stay together much longer after that.
But you did stay
Can't
together after
remember
that,
the
right?
We
order.
continued to hang out. He met a friend that he had known prior to. His name was Matt, and he moved in with Matt. And this was in,
Let me ask you this. Why did you stay together with him after this incident?
well, I don't know that we were still together, but he would still come over to the house where I lived. And it was just a nicer place to hang out than his. And I just continued to hang out with him in that regard.
Why would you hang out with him in that regard?
Well, the
Maybe.
physical incident that occurred that day, those two things were isolated, and during all the years that I've known him, that had never happened before. So I just didn't think that it was something that was a pattern of his or that would continue.
Did you ever engage in sexual behavior with him after this incident?
I don't remember, maybe once or twice. I don't remember, honestly.
And why was that okay with you after this incident?
I still loved him.
You mentioned a point in time when Bobby moved in with an individual named Matt.
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you were talking about how at the end of your relationship with Bobby, you moved into your grandparents' home, correct?
Yes. I moved out of that woman's house and into my grandmother's house.
And what city is your grandmother's house located in?
Wairika.
And did you live there just with your grandmother, or was anyone else living there?
My grandfather also lived there, and their dog, Ringo.
Were you close to your grandparents? How was your relationship with them?
I felt close to my grandparents, not like lovey-dovey close, but they're very down-to-earth people. Well, my grandmother is very down-to-earth, and I can just tell her anything, and it doesn't really faze her.
Why didn't you move back in with your parents?
Well, I didn't want to go back to that environment.
reading that it was
We
in
got
July.
along very well after I moved out, and I wanted to
But
keep
July
it that way.
28th.
Okay.
Is it somewhere else? Is June?
Tell us about your life after you moved back to your grandparents' home. Are you still working at Denny's? Do you go back to school? Just kind of describe your life for us.
Yes, after that incident occurred with Bobby, I had worked at Denny's for about a year at that point, and if you're a full-time employee at Denny's, or I think a minimum of like 32 hours a week, you get vacation benefits, and so I decided to use that time to spend away from him, and I flew back to Costa Rica for a week and a half.
And am I correct in assuming that was to spend time with Victor?
No, He didn't live in the house anymore. I stayed with the same family, but he had moved out.
That
moved on.
Wednesday, we'll do
So you spent about a week and a half, it sounds like.
a little moment of silence
with
for it.
Victor's family,
For sure.
not with him,
Yes.
and kind of assessing your life. Is that
Yeah, I
fair
spent
to
a lot
say?
of time just reflecting and healing from that, and I felt in a lot better place by the time I came back. Victor, actually, I didn't see Victor 3 days before I flew back. So he took me out to dinner and that was it, and then drove me to the airport.
When you say healing from that, what are you talking about? Healing from the relationship with Bobby?
Yes, because we kept going back and I kept hearing about incidents where he was trying to hook up with other girls, but then he would deny it, and I didn't see anything. So there was just a lot of turmoil. We were arguing still, and then the physical incident that happened there, and I needed to just remove myself from the situation so that I could allow my heart to move on a little. And so that break from him, I thought, had helped me a lot.
So at some point in time, you were in love with Bobby, right?
Yes, very much. A lot more than I was Victor. Bobby was like my first true love.
Okay. So once you have spent some time in Costa Rica and you've, I guess, used your vacation time at Denny's, you come back to Wairika, I presume?
Yes, I
It
did.
sounded like he meant she
And
took a vacation to Denny's.
How do you proceed in your life?
I went back to work, and I don't know if he was watching the restaurant, but the first day back, I was there. I went into the back of the restaurant to get something, and I came back out, and he was sitting at the counter.
He being who?
Bobby.
Okay.
He just had his face in his hands, and he has really beautiful eyes, and he was looking at me with these eyes, these puppy dog eyes, and I stopped, and I was kind of shocked. I
what happens
felt
when people lie a
stronger
lot?
emotionally,
They
not as
add a lot
weak,
of
but
unnecessary.
I was coming up on my half-hour
Unnecessary
break, so I said, just,
specifics.
wait a few minutes and we'll go outside and talk. So I went outside, and we ended up talking for a long time. I mean, we rounded the corner and then hugged, and it was emotional and that kind of thing.
Okay. But was that the last time you saw Bobby?
No,
Okay. Did you continue in a relationship with him after that?
we decided we were going to continue a relationship, but we weren't getting along very well.
And I use the word relationship. Are we talking about friendship or a romantic relationship?
Romantic.
Did that also mean sexual?
It would have meant that. I don't really remember, but yeah, it would have meant that.
Okay. So why at this point in time were you still open to the idea of a romantic and potentially sexual relationship with a man who had choked you and thrown you down as you described?
Well, like I said, I considered those incidents isolated and not a pattern of his, and I still loved him, and he still loved me, and I didn't want to hurt him, and I didn't want to, it just felt natural. I'd been with him for some years. He was my first love. Being with him, whether it was good or bad, it just felt natural, and it was what I was accustomed to.
Okay. So at what point in time then do you said you and Bobby explored this and decided it wasn't for the best? When does that take place?
There was sort of a turning point in my mind. Well, Costa Rica was like a good starting point where I thought I'd moved on. If I hadn't seen him again, I think I would have been okay as far as never seeing him again. But I was weak when he came back, and so we sort of picked up again briefly. He moved to Medford, Oregon shortly thereafter. It's about 50 miles north of Wairika. And he moved in with Matt, and I would go up there and visit Bobby, and we'd hang out, and it seemed like once Bobby got on his feet, he didn't really want anything to do with me. And so it hurt my feelings, I guess, because he had kind of won me back and I was helping him. But then when he got on his feet, he was kind of mean.
What do you mean you were helping him?
Well, I always helped him out until he was able to get it. He finally got a job when he moved to Medford. There was a woman he knew that was a notary public that grew up with him in school. So she was able to say this is really who he is, so he could get identification. We finally figured that out. And so,
let me interrupt him. I want to make sure we're clear here. Even after the incident, what you were describing as a isolated incident of violence, even after the point in time when you find letters that are evidence that he's being unfaithful with you, and you come back from Costa Rica, you're going to move on, you decided a romantic relationship isn't going to work. Are we to understand that you're still supporting him financially as well? Or helping him?
I think that was a little bit out of order, but I did continue to help him. When I found out about the love letters, he promised to cut ties with her and not have any contact with her anymore. And it wasn't physical, it was online only. She lived in Louisiana. And I think he was still talking to her, but he promised me, you'll never have to see me talking to her. So it was implied that he might talk to her, but he'll never do it in my presence. So it was kind of strange, but, and then again, the physical incident was isolated. So, you know, if he needed clothing, I didn't like buy him a whole wardrobe. I didn't have that kind of income. But if he needed a few shirts or something, he was really into South Park. So he saw these South Park t-shirts one time and he wanted those. So I bought them sweatshirt.
Was he into
jeans,
Jinko
that kind of
jeans
thing.
too?
Just some kind of clothing for him because his parents weren't able to provide that at that point. They were in a rest home.
Okay. And you said at this point in time, Bobby was living in Medford, Oregon with an individual named Matt, right?
Yes.
Okay. And just so we can get a sense of where this is compared to Wairika, can you describe for us where Medford is compared to Wairika?
Yes, it's on Interstate 5, just like Wairika. It's over the border. It's about an hour drive, I think 50 miles, but it takes about an hour to get there depending on traffic
Okay.
and the weather.
And certainly not asking for population estimates, but is this a bigger town than Wairika?
It's a bigger town, not nearly as big as this area. It's very tiny in comparison, but it's much bigger than Wairika.
And you made trips up to Medford to see Bobby, is that right?
Yes, I would come up there on the weekend and stay. Bobby had a futon. They had kind of a studio, so Matt slept in his own bed and Bobby and I had a futon. And we would hang out on the weekends and go out and do things.
Okay. And how many of these trips can you say? I mean, was this something you did every weekend? How frequently did you go up to spend time with Bobby?
I went out
History.
several times, but that period of our relationship was short-lived. So that didn't happen often. I mean, very extensively.
Okay. And this person, Matt, that he was roommates with, had you known Matt prior to these trips up to Medford?
No,
I had a pair.
And does Matt have a last name?
McCartney.
McCartney? Paul? Is his
Did
brother
you
Paul?
ever develop any sort of friendship or relationship with him?
Yes, we became friends around the time. I think he kind of noticed how Bobby was treating me, and it felt good to have somebody else kind of see my side of it. He wasn't attacking Bobby by any means, like saying, hey, you should be this way or that. But it just, you know, I came up there one weekend to visit, and another girl came to visit Matt, and it was a real eye-opener because I saw how Matt was treating her, and he was very chivalrous and very polite, and he was a gentleman, and he just treated her with a lot of respect. And that's not something I had received, but you know, I'd seen it on TV and that kind of thing. So it was just jarring to see that, and then consider my relationship. So
Well, let me answer this. You said that was surprising for you to see, right?
yes,
And that is in a way that you experienced Bobby treating you. Is that right?
no, yes, that's right.
But you lived with your parents for 17 years, the first 17 years of your life, right?
Yes.
Did you not see your father treat your mother in this way? Did they treat each other in a different manner?
When I was young, my father was very affectionate with my mom. I've seen them kiss, I've seen them embrace. If there's a beautiful woman on TV and we're all sitting around watching it, he'll say she's not as pretty as your mom. Or, you know, he put her on a sort of a pedestal. sort of.
I won't
But then
lie.
there were times when they would
I just
argue
caught a
and
wig
fight.
out the corner of my eye, and I got scared for a second.
You say argue and fight. What does that mean?
Not physical. They would just, well, sometimes. I mean, he would say something. My dad's very sarcastic, and he thinks he's funny, and sometimes he is.
I
But
don't think
he can
Mom
be
thinks
very
he's
uncouth
funny.
sometimes, and so when things would come out of his mouth, my mom would just smack him on the arm, and he would smack her back, kind of as a way to say, "Don't do that." And then she would be offended by that, so she would smack him back, and then he'd smack her even harder, and then she would give up. But it was just on the arm. But that's the only time I ever saw them be physical at all.
Did you know, how did your father treat your mother? Was he degrading to her? Did he criticize her?
I can't recall specific incidents, but that's very much my dad. He's very negative. He's very critical.
We would have had a lot more sidebars.
He's
I can guarantee
very
that.
gossipy.
Barry, what was that?
I don't know if that's a word, gossipy. He gossips a lot about people
Okay.
behind their back. He talks about them. So, I mean, he'll say things about, now we talk on the phone now, and he'll say things about my mom sometimes, or sometimes they have complaints about each other, but, they're still loyal to each other.
Well, what do you mean things he would say about your mom? What things would he complain about with your mother?
Um,
Goes to modern
Approach.
behavior.
Continue.
Without telling me specifically what
Get
you
a sidebar?
said, was there certain subject matters that your dad would degrade your mother regarding?
One I recall specifically is my mother used to be very thin, and I think she's like a size 10 now, I would guess. He used to put up photos of her on the refrigerator when she was thinner.
Like me.
And he would make comments about her weight gain. And just,
Sir.
he would put little things like that around the house to remind her that he would prefer her with less weight, things like that. So I don't know how that affected her, but
Boo.
that was pretty constant. If somebody was crossing the crosswalk that was overweight, he would yell at them. And I won't say what he said, but I don't know, things like that.
Okay. But you said your mother would just simply, something to the effect,
Let's
you
keep
learned
in mind that she's
they were
probably
always
making up
loyal to each other.
Yes.
a lot
Your
of it.
mom was always loyal to your dad. What do you mean by that?
Well, my parents weren't the kind where if one said no, you couldn't run to the other and have a different answer. Maybe if they weren't aware of their spouse's answer, but they were very united. If we were fighting, it didn't matter the points of the argument. My dad would side with my mom, or my mom would side with my dad at all times. So they were like one unit. They were very united. They're very loyal. And I think when I was younger, I think I heard my mom mention the word divorce one time, and that really shook me, because I thought it just didn't seem, I couldn't imagine a world where my parents weren't married. And so they're still married today. I mean, even through bad times, they're still together. They still love each other.
Well, I should have been more clear in my question. You talked about loyalty as parents and backing each other up and that sort of thing. But what I was really asking about is in terms of the loyalty of the relationship. Sounds like from what you're telling us, your mom put up with a fair amount and remained loyal to your dad. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Yes. Yeah, they're very loyal. They're still married. They've been married about 33 and a half years. My grandparents are married. There's not a very high divorce rate in my family. They're still together.
Okay. We were talking about this different way Matt McCartney was treating a female. I guess it was his girlfriend or someone he was dating. Is that
I
correct?
think it's somebody he had met online or somehow. She lived in Crescent City. And she just came out for the weekend the same time I came out to see Bobby. And
Crescent
nothing ever
City
really
sounds like a
progressed with
Sonic
that.
the
They
Hedgehog
didn't
level.
start dating or anything like that. They just hung out for the weekend, and I just saw how he was treating her.
Okay. Tell me how things then progressed in your life. Did you just keep working? Did your life change at all?
I wanted to, I wanted to work in an environment where I could earn a little bit more money. I needed a new car. There were different kinds of bills coming in at this point. And Medford is a town that has a lot more restaurants, a lot more business, that kind of thing. So as I got to know Matt and Bobby, Matt's mother lives in Wairika too, so I met her and his sister, and we all sort of became friends. And Matt's dad lived in
A lot of you are
city called
asking about what
Phoenix.
happened to our
It's
dad.
in, just south of Medford, and it's in Oregon.
He died about 6 years ago.
He lived with his girlfriend, Matt's dad, and they had an extra.
And said mysterious
just come crash on the
circumstances.
couch
I need
until
to
you
do a
can
little
get a
bit
job
more
and get
research
your own
on that.
place.
That was
So
very
I
brief.
crashed on Matt's dad's couch where he and his girlfriend lived for, I don't remember how long, maybe a month. And I got a job at Applebee's and began to work there.
Okay. So did you then move to Medford, move out of your grandparents' house and move to Medford? Just tell us about that.
Believe-
Yes. Right around the time I moved to Medford,
Um,
Bobby and I stopped talking. He actually, I was hanging out with him
remember
and his
her name.
sister and her son.
I think she's an advocate.
And they were
Is she a
renting a
victim
house right
advocate?
across the street from my parents' house. So I was over there
Can't
hanging out
remember.
with them, and Bobby came by and saw Matt and I and Kiowa, who was his nephew. We were all in the front yard. We were playing with, they're called bokens, and they're just wooden swords just to practice form and things like that. And Matt was into martial arts also. So he was teaching me some things and teaching Kiowa some things, and Bobby came around the corner and saw us all like in formation or just hanging out and having fun, and he got really upset and he walked away. And I think Matt tried to talk to him. He didn't want to talk to either of us. And at that point, things just really stopped between Bobby and I. We stopped talking. We stopped communicating. I think he moved out of Matt's studio, and I didn't see or hear from him again.
Okay. Where were you? You mentioned crashing on Matt's father's couch,
Yes,
right? And Matt's father had a girlfriend that he lived with in this home.
yes.
Okay. Once you got a job and got settled in Medford, where did you wind up living?
Let's see. After Bobby and I stopped talking, Matt and I began to hang out more, and we developed feelings for each other. And so about a month, maybe 5 weeks went by, and Matt moved out of his studio apartment and got an apartment. And at that point, I went to live with him there, and I moved out of his dad's house, and we rented a one-bedroom apartment in Medford.
And when was this?
I would
Time-wise?
say at this point, it was early 2000, I think.
Okay, and at this point in time, Matt McCartney is your boyfriend?
Yes. Well, I don't remember us making it official, but we became romantic, and then we were boyfriend, girlfriend.
Okay. Josh, this might be a good time.
It's not official until it's Facebook official, everybody. I do indeed need to do a little more research on her dad. Some of you are mentioning cancer. Some of you are mentioning a couple other things. I'll have to check. All right. So that was that, and the end of the day one. Or not day one, but day one of her testimony. Good grief. It's a little longer than that. Ugh.
Arias, you are still under oath. Do you understand?
Yes, I do. Thanks.
No, she doesn't.
Continue.
She does not
Thank you,
understand. Nope. This would be a lot shorter trial if she did. Okay, that's what I thought. I thought she was a victim advocate.
Good morning, Ms.
I
Harris.
thought he
Good
said that
morning.
that person was on their team.
Yesterday when we finished, we were talking, we were at a point in your life when you were about ready to move in with Matt McCartney. Do you recall? This is
Yes.
Where we left off, okay. And yesterday I'd ask you if at this point in time you were boyfriend and girlfriend. And it seemed like you didn't have a definitive answer for that. Is that a label you two didn't use, or?
I don't recall when we made things official, but he wasn't seeing anyone else, and neither was I.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I don't recall when we made it official, our relationship. I mean,
Okay.
it definitely became that way, but I don't remember the exact date or time or circumstance, but
Okay.
we weren't seeing anybody else, just each other.
Okay, so when you moved in together, it was with the idea that this was a monogamous relationship.
Yes,
She's a lot more comfortable today.
And you were working, I believe you told us you got a job at Applebee's, right?
yes.
Okay. And was Matt working?
Yes, he was a manager at Subway.
Okay. Tell us what life was like and how was the relationship? How did he treat you?
I see that period of my life as probably one of the best times in my life. He treated me very well. He was very kind. He was very respectful. He was very spiritual. When I first met him, I was a little bit leery of some of the things he was into. I saw some books on witchcraft, and I thought, but he explained to me that he was just seeking, that he had gone to church most of his life, and he and his family are very much into the Native American culture, and so he asked his pastor about the Native Americans, and he was told they went to hell because they didn't know Jesus Christ. So that turned him off to Christianity, and he decided to explore other religions. So about the time that I met him, he was not practicing Wicca, but he was studying it. And so he had kind of explained it a little bit to me so that I wasn't so, I guess, frightened or suspicious or superstitious maybe of the religion. And so I never practiced it myself, but I think he did prior to us getting together. And by the time I met him, he was sort of moving on to other, like studying Eastern philosophy and Hinduism and Buddhism and that kind of thing too. So,
Okay.
I mean, our relationship took a lot of different spiritual turns and twists.
Where were you?
This might be a good point to back up a little
I could
bit
use free appetizers.
in terms
Come
of,
on now.
because you mentioned, and I'll use the word spirituality or religious beliefs. At the time that you met Matt, where were you spiritually? Was there a particular religion you were a member of? Could you describe that for us?
I was
Yeah, this is a
not
good
a
look,
member of
right?
any
I do like
denomination. I considered
I love
myself
the red, black
Christian.
look.
I didn't attend church, and I didn't obey all the commandments that Christianity espouses.
I didn't
Okay.
obey all the
So when you
commands.
talked about Matt and the spirituality,
No kidding.
did you become more affiliated with his beliefs or tell us about that?
We sort of explored together and opened up to other beliefs. We began taking meditation seminars, kind of new age type seminars, but they had their roots in Hinduism or Buddhism. Maybe some kind of like more modern version of transcendentalism, things like that. We just took these little courses and classes, and we would drive to Portland or the Bay Area.
Okay. Was that a big part of your relationship with Matt?
Yes, it was.
This may go without saying because you lived together, but was this also a sexual relationship?
Yes,
Did you love Matt?
very much. Yeah, I was in love with him.
Okay. And this apartment, did you both contribute to the finances of the apartment?
Yes, all of the living expenses
That
were
is a
split
really deep
50-50.
courtroom.
And how long did you and Matt live in this apartment?
We lived in that small apartment for about 5 months, and then we moved to Crater Lake, Oregon.
Okay. And why did you move to Crater Lake?
The seasonal work there is in the summer. It's a very high elevation, so the snow stays till about July and comes back in October. So it's a quick season. It's a busy season. So they have staff housing there at the resort, and we got a dorm and stayed there for the season and worked there.
Did you and Matt live together when you were in this
Yes.
dorm, as you describe it? Okay.
Yes.
And this point in time, then you're probably several months into your relationship, right?
She's a man.
Yes. At this point, 6 months, I'd say.
Here she comes.
I know that probably it's hard to quantify, but was this a serious relationship at this point in time?
Yes, we weren't like heavily discussing marriage, but we were talking about children and what kind of lifestyle we would have if we decided to have a family.
So
tired
was marriage
I can see that.
on the table, so to speak?
Yeah, it was a future possibility.
Okay. How long in total, in terms of your relationship, were you together with Matt?
I think approximately a year and 8 months.
Okay. In that year and 8 months, did he ever hit you?
No,
Did he ever call you a whore?
no,
A slut?
no,
Three-hole wonder?
no.
I think Kirk just likes saying these things. I mean, not
What
saying them,
brought
but he was not a fan of her, obviously.
the end of your relationship with Matt McCartney?
Well, after the first season at Crater Lake, we came back, and ironically, the same exact apartment opened up again, so we rented the same place where we lived prior to that. We stayed there for some months, and we began to sort of argue over little things. It wasn't anything serious, but it wore on our relationship because it just made things not so enjoyable. So we decided to take a breather from each other. Well, not from each other, but just from our living together. So he went back to Crater Lake for a season, and this time I did not go. I moved to Ashland, which is about 15 minutes south of Medford. It's in Oregon also.
And let me ask you, before you go any further, these arguments that you spoke, you would have little arguments or things would get uncomfortable. Describe what you mean by little arguments, because that could mean a lot of different things to different people. Was there screaming? Was there throwing things?
No, nothing like that. It was more like nagging, like he would leave his clothes everywhere and I would be like, and what else? Sometimes I would leave a dish somewhere in the living room if we were eating. And so it was kind of like more about housekeeping and that sort of thing, just, living together and those
but the
dynamics.
fights themselves didn't get volatile from what you're telling
No,
us, right?
they weren't.
Okay. Now you're talking about this period in time, you're starting to have some discord in your relationship. Tell us how that discord leads to the end of the relationship.
Well, we decided to spend a little time apart. We saw each other on our weekends. He would come into town in Ashland and stay with me. And I remember I was with his dad's girlfriend, and she was trying to, I had felt sort of like we were distancing, but I was hanging out with, I can't remember her name, but his dad's girlfriend at the time. And we were trying to download pictures onto his dad's hard drive. And on the desktop, there were some other pictures of this girl. And I didn't recognize her, but I recognized the setting, and it was inside the lodge at Crater Lake. And so the date was also current with this season, which would have been 2001. But it was just labeled with, I guess, an initial, the letter B. So I didn't know who she was, but I wasn't overly concerned about it. But, I just kind of had a feeling. And so I let that go. And a few weeks later, I was working at Applebee's. And I was walking past a table and two people said, "Hi, Jodi," and I stopped and I didn't recognize them. And they explained that they worked with Matt at Crater Lake and they were just in town for their days off. And I just said hi and, checked on them later that they were about to leave, and they said, "We took a vote and think you should know something." And they told me that he was seeing a girl named Bianca at Crater Lake. And so that explained the initial B on that photo. And I kind of said, "Well, does she have dark hair?" And he said, "Yes." And so I figured it was her.
So I dyed my
Let me
hair.
ask you this, what did you do when you had this information?
I was reeling because, of all the boyfriends I had, I would have
not like
expected
a
him
bunch of
to
yours
not be
today?
the one that cheated on me. He was very loyal. I trusted him completely, like implicitly. He could have said the
He's
sky is
actually
falling
doing just
and
fine.
I would have believed him. I think I would have just looked out the window to see what it looks like. But I asked my boss if I could go home a little early, and he said that was fine. So I think I was let go. It was slow. I was let go around 7.
And just so we're clear, you were living with Matt at the time?
No, he was living at Crater Lake and I was living in Ashland.
Okay.
So I went home, I changed my clothes, and I decided to, at this time though, Matt was in Borrego Springs, California. Looking
And
for
how
more.
far was that from where you were?
Very far. It's almost by the border. And Ashland is up by the other California border, the northern border.
Okay. So did you call Matt?
No, neither of us had cell phones at that time.
So what did you do once you went home early and learned of this information?
Well, I decided that I wanted to find out if it was true. So it wasn't very late. It's about an hour and a half drive to Crater Lake. So after getting dressed, I drove up to Crater Lake to see if I could find out. I had friends that were still there, and the people that told me this I didn't know. So I wanted to find out from them. And there were 2 dormitories there. So I went to the one that's closest to the lodge, because that one was where people would hang out. And so I could find some people that I knew. And I ran into a guy, I think his name was Steve. And I asked him.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Now we've added the hearsay.
Are any of the jurors having trouble hearing? Is anyone having trouble hearing? I understand that you reported to the bailiff earlier that you had difficulty yesterday. Anyone who cannot hear today? If at any time you cannot hear, please raise your hand and let me know.
Kirk's like,
Immediately.
wait, we've been
You may continue.
12 minutes into this and now you're asking?
Okay, Jodi, you were in the process of telling us you're going to Crater Lake to find out whether or not Matt was being unfaithful to you.
Right. I didn't want to continue in the relationship if that was the case. If it wasn't the case, then of course I would, because I loved him.
Did you find out that information? Were you able to confirm it or
Yes.
dispel it? And how did you do that?
I knocked on Bianca's door, and Steve had
you didn't
run
go
to
through her
warn
doggy
her.
door?
So I could hear them talking, and he was very frantic. How do I say this? Well, he's gay, so he kind of he exaggerates, he's very emotional, and he's very animated, and so it kind of made me chuckle, because he sounded very funny. And I could tell they were nervous. So she opened the door and I said, "Hi, are you Bianca?" And she said, "Yeah." So she invited me in because she knew who I was. And so we sat down. There were 2 beds in this dorm. She was staying with another relative. They were both from Romania and they were here for seasonal work. So she sat on her bed, I sat on the other bed, and we just talked for about an hour and a half, maybe not quite that long, maybe an hour. And she just told me that she started.
Objection, hearsay.
Based on this conversation, were you able to confirm the idea that Matt McCartney and Bianca were having an affair?
Yes. Well, yes, they were together.
Okay. Now, in this hour and a half conversation, were you yelling at her?
No, it was just chit chat, actually. I mean, I was trying not to freak out or cry or get upset, because she had no idea. She was under the impression that he and I were no longer together, so that I didn't look at this as her fault.
How did it feel when you had this information confirmed?
I didn't really allow myself to have much emotion about it until I left her presence. And at that point, I allowed myself to cry.
I feel like he's been over it since opening.
And where were you at this point? Had you gone back home, or is this like out in the parking lot?
Well, at this point, it was really late, so I ended up crashing in my friend Eddie's dorm, and he was kind of a family friend. His family is from Wairika. He's friends with Matt. He's friends with me. His father also owned a local restaurant, so we all knew each other. So Eddie said, "You can sleep here," and there were 2 beds in that dorm. And so I crashed there until about sunrise, and then I got up and drove back to Medford.
And at this point in time, when you're driving back to Medford, have you talked to Matt?
No.
When you go back to Medford, what do you do?
I don't remember the sequence of order, but I also confronted Matt, and he confirmed it. And at that point, he was honest about it.
Well, let me ask you this. You say this confrontation. Was Matt back in Medford when you got there?
He came back, but I don't remember if he was there the day that I got back from Crater Lake or if he came the next day or whenever.
Okay. And what do you mean by confrontation?
I went over to his dad's house. I knew it the day he was getting back. And he was on the phone with Bianca when I came over, and he's hung up and he said, I know what you want to talk about. And so we left the house and went to my car, so that his dad wasn't privy to the information, because I think Matt was very embarrassed about it. So we just talked about it, and basically our relationship was over, and it was kind of sad.
Okay. And when was this again, time-wise?
This would have been September. It was right before September 11th, so it was in 2001. I just remember that.
And was this a heated confrontation or just?
where we were?
No, it wasn't heated. It was just emotional. We were both crying.
Okay. And this time in September 2001, was that the last time you saw Matt McCartney?
No.
Tell us what happened after you guys, I guess, broke up in September 2001. What happened with your relationship?
I wanted to leave the area because Matt and I had a lot of experiences, mostly all good, in that whole Southern Oregon area. All those towns, Crater Lake, that entire area. So it was just every corner that I drove and turned, it was sentimental. So I wanted to leave. So there was a martial arts instructor that I knew, Matt and I knew, and he said that his
Sustained.
Without telling us anybody what said, what steps did you take in your life next?
He referred me to another place of employment in Big Sur, California.
Okay. And where was that?
Big Sur, California is also in Monterey County, like Salinas.
I thought
I'd
somebody
never
was
been
going to
there.
pick up on that. That's
All
why I
the years
didn't
I lived
say
in
it.
Salinas. It's south of Carmel, about 28 miles.
And was there a particular resort?
Yes.
What was that?
The resort is called, or it was called, I think it's still called Ventana Inn and Spa.
Now, was that the resort where you met Daryl Brewer?
Yes.
You applied for a job and were interviewed by Daryl Brewer, is that right?
Yes. I
Okay.
was.
Tell us about that period in your life, what you were doing, how you were living.
Well, I drove down there and interviewed with Daryl. It was in the afternoon. I was a little apprehensive about moving all the way out there. There was no place to live. There was staff housing at that resort as well, but nothing was open or available at that time. I was told that when there is an overflow of employees, they are allowed to use the campground if there are open lots, because this was in October now. I think my interview was actually on October 20th because I remember it was Matt's birthday. So during that time, that's a slow season in Big Sur. Things are slowing down, so the campground was mostly all open. So I was thinking of trading in my car to get a trailer, but I wasn't really in a financial position to do that. So when Daryl hired me, I kind of scrambled around and went to an outdoor supply store and bought some equipment. And when Matt heard about what I was doing, he was also looking for work. The position he saw at Borrego Springs didn't pan out, and so he came down to Big Sur and also applied at Ventana.
Okay, so let me understand this as it relates to Matt McCartney. You said that the breakup conversation wasn't the last time you talked. It sounds to me like you maintained a relationship with him after you broke up. Is that correct?
Yes, there was a period after we broke up when we didn't talk for about a week, and then maybe a couple more. We would say hi briefly on the phone and then not talk again, because it was just, our feelings were tender and it was just kind of a sticky situation. He was really ashamed of his behavior. I think his mother had shamed him a little. But eventually we began to talk again, if that makes sense.
Okay. And when he, just so we're clear too, you talked about him, or I guess he was going to live with you in this tent, right?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And just so we're clear, was this the rekindling of the romance, so to speak?
Not really. I mean, there were blurred boundaries because we were familiar with each other, comfortable with each other. We weren't actively trying to rekindle a relationship, but there was still a lot of sentimentality.
Were you still sexual with him at this point in time?
That sexual
One time.
feeling.
We had sex one time after we broke
I don't
up.
know the rest of that song.
After that, then it was merely platonic.
I considered it platonic. I still had some feelings for him, but we were not really
Every now and
together,
again,
and
he
we were
looks
just
down at like
friends at that
the
point. I
screen.
got actually 2 weeks after living in a
just to
tent.
make
I
sure that he's
secured
not
employee
having a type,
housing,
but he actually
and I think he stayed in the tent for some time, and then he got employee housing also.
Now, what was your job at this resort? What did Mr. Brewer initially?
Not only
hire
did
you
she have a
to do?
U-Haul, but she bought the
Initially, I
insurance.
started as just a server in the restaurant. There's a restaurant at Ventana.
Okay. And describe this restaurant for us. I mean, is this a Denny equivalent of Denny's or just?
No,
kinda-
it's considered classified as fine dining. It was once rated 4 stars by Mobile Resorts. It had been featured in Condé Nast Traveler and all kinds of different publications. It had a lot of accolades, and it's kind of a resort where high-profile celebrities and things would go to just to be private and get away from things. So our guests were treated discreetly and,
Okay. Well, as far as jobs go, was this you talked about you had a career waiting tables at Denny's and Purple Plum and all these places. Was this one of the better paying jobs you've had?
as far as, well, most servers work for the tip, so as far as that goes, it was better paying. There was also a bigger tip out though. So when you have a position like that, it's not just you taking orders and delivering food. You have a lot of help from different people that make the restaurant run smoothly. And so you have a lot of different people such as the bartender, the hostess, the busser that you tip out. So even though the tip pool was huge at the end, after the tip out, I was still walking away with more than at Applebee's. So it was nicer.
Okay. And how long did you remain a server with Ventana?
I think I was there 3.5 years.
Was that your only position within the resort?
No, the following summer in 2002, the wedding coordinator, her name was Arlene Murillo, she was having stomach pains that she had been ignoring for several months. And she finally went to the doctor and found out she had pancreatic cancer, and she passed away within a month. So I filled her position temporarily until they could find a more permanent replacement for wedding coordinator.
And you were acting as wedding coordinator? Is that
Yes.
right? Okay. And what did that involve?
It
Good night,
involved working
Sydney.
with the brides and grooms and how they wanted their reception and their ceremonies set up. There are a few wedding sites at Ventana, and just, negotiating the cost with them and
Brandi did.
returning phone calls, emails, sending out wedding packages for inquiries.
And were you, at this point in time when you were wedding coordinator, were you in a relationship with Daryl Brewer?
No.
Tell us, you talked about October 2001, you go to Ventana, you're hired by Mr. Brewer. Tell us about how that relationship evolved.
During that summer, well, in May, right prior to the summer, the restaurant, it was called Cielo at the time, it closed for remodeling. And so we moved the entire restaurant operation over to the inn. And I helped out with that, and Daryl was heavily involved with that. So we were working closely together, and then also with the wedding coordinating position. We worked more closely together. So I began to sort of develop a crush on him, but he was my boss, so I didn't ever let that on. And then at one point, he pulled me aside and said, I'm going to resign from my position tonight at, I think it was called the briefing. I think it was some kind of meeting we had before the shift started. So he wanted to let me know that, so it wasn't like a shock. I think he let a few other managers know ahead of time.
And how many months were you working with Mr. Brewer before, to your recollection,
is the
before he
ex that
told
we
you
heard
he was going
testify.
to resign his position?
Daryl.
Well, I would have been working with him from the day I was hired,
Not
so
the
about a
cowboy.
year.
Okay. And but at that point in time, it was merely a working relationship? Was it a friendship?
I wouldn't even call it a friendship. We kept that separate. We never fraternized or anything like that. We just worked together.
Okay. So he's advising you that he is changing positions. Do you begin dating then, or just describe that for us?
No, after he stepped down from his management position, he stepped into a supervisory role. So I still didn't, make any moves, or he didn't express anything, and I didn't express anything. But then he decided he was going to step out of that role too. And prior to actually doing that, we had a conversation where we sort of discovered our mutual interest in each other, but we still didn't do anything because he was still technically my supervisor. And about a week later, he stepped out of that position and we went on a date.
Okay. Now, at that point in time, how old are you in 2001 or two? I guess we're talking about 2002 now, right?
Yeah, I was 22.
Okay. And how old was Mr. Brewer?
He was 42.
How did you feel about dating someone that much your senior?
I wasn't so much concerned about dating him as I was concerned about how other people might view it. I found Daryl very attractive. He was tall, he was, handsome, beautiful eyes, that kind of thing. We were very compatible, our personalities. I don't know, I kind of saw him as like a George Clooney type, like he's older but attractive. And we had a lot of similar interests. I think he was more concerned about the age gap than I was, because he was also concerned about how people might view him for dating somebody so young.
When you began dating him, did you know of his, did you know he had a son?
She did.
Yes,
And
I'd
that's
seen him a few
all
times
that
at the
matters
restaurant.
to Jodi. That is all
And
that
did you
matters.
know that he was divorced?
Yes.
And all those things were okay with you?
It wasn't how I envisioned it, but I guess you can't always control like where your heart's going to go. There were things I discovered about him after the fact that he kept very private that I didn't care for, but I already loved him, so I accepted those things.
Oh,
Okay.
but it was his
Well,
fault.
before we start talking about those things,
Really?
let's talk about the evolution of the relationship from that first date. You're still living in staff housing, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Just kind of take us through the process of other dates, how the relationship evolved, that sort of thing.
Okay. As soon as he stepped down from the supervisory position, we went to San Francisco and went to a 49er game. We're both 49er fanatics, being from that area. We just kind of toured the city a little, not like a whole bunch of touring, but we walked around Union Square. Being in that business, you know other people that are in the business, so we got a great deal on a hotel room right near Union Square, and it was a good trip. We just continued to do that. I began to come over and hang out on our days off while his son was there. So he got a little more used to me. He was very shy when he was younger. I think I came into his life when he was about 4, 3.5, 4.
Okay. Was Daryl living in staff housing as well?
Yes.
Okay. And you're working together at this time as well?
Yes, he actually became a server. So we're both kind of equal as far as our positions go.
Okay. Do you recall how big a staff there was, and at least among the waiters and waitresses there?
Off the top of my head, I'd say maybe 20 people, as far as just the servers.
Okay. Lots of women employed there as well?
There were maybe 7 other women, I think.
Were you, at any point in time, in terms of Daryl's interaction with women where you were dating, did you get jealous? Did you get angry at him?
Had him, no, I didn't.
Now you go on these dates, you're both living in staff housing. We heard about the home you bought together. When did you buy that home?
We bought the house in 2005. I think we closed in June 2005.
Prior to buying that home, what happened we were talking about 2002, you're dating, you're both living in staff housing. Do you live together before you buy that house? Yourself and Daryl?
No, we had separate apartments. At that point, he had moved back to Monterey, and I had quit Ventana and moved to Monterey as well. And we were working in separate jobs, separate apartments.
Okay. And this was in Monterey?
Yes.
Okay. And you were still would there be a point in time when you say that you and Mr. Brewer were in a monogamous relationship, whatever we call boyfriend-girlfriend, was there a point in time when that occurred?
Yes, I don't remember the exact point in time, but we were either in San Francisco on one of the games, or I can't remember. We celebrated as soon as he was out of his supervisory role. We celebrated and decided to make things official around that time.
Okay.
He was a little nervous about it. He didn't want to get married, so he made that very clear right off the bat.
Okay. Right off the bat, he told you he didn't want to get married.
Yeah, he made his intentions very clear that he liked me and he was attracted to me and he was okay with being with me, but he said, I don't see myself getting married again.
How did that sit with you?
I was young at the time, so it didn't bother me. I figured I still have many years left and I enjoyed being with him, so that's what I did. I just enjoyed the time we had together.
Okay. And you said just a few moments ago, you said eventually you got to the point where you fell in love with Daryl.
Yes.
Is there a moment in time, or is there a point in time that you can describe for us where you knew that was the case?
I don't remember the exact moment. It was a gradual process. My crush just became more and more, and then I began to really love his son, and we progressed in that regard.
I asked because you said you got to a certain point where you're in love with him, but there were all these flaws or things that you had to overlook.
Yes.
Once you were in love with him.
You might have a believer in me on that one.
Could you describe for us what you mean by what you were overlooking, at least from your perspective?
I discovered after I had already developed some deep feelings for him that he was a smoker. He didn't advertise that. I never saw him smoking. So that was, the only thing it bummed me out about is that his health. I thought, okay, it's going to affect his health. I mean, he didn't ever smell like smoke. I never knew it. So he had very good hygiene, but I was concerned about his health. And I also, he admitted to me one day that he was an alcoholic.
And those were the two big things that were troubling to you?
Yes, they were. I didn't see myself being with a smoker. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but it wasn't the lifestyle that I wanted.
It wasn't on her list of like 28 qualities.
I saw how it
that she was
affected their
looking
health
for.
very negatively until they finally quit. And I didn't want, I don't know.
She's in a different country, different rules, right?
What about
That's how
the
that works.
alcoholism? Did that manifest itself during the relationship?
I didn't notice it until after he really talked about it. We would hang out, we would watch football during football season, and we would have dinner at his house. He was a very good cook. And I would notice after dinner, he would take some Stoli out of the fridge, or it was Smirnoff, I think, out of the freezer, and he would pour himself a drink and whatever, he's just relaxing. But as the hours would go on, I would go back into the kitchen to throw something away, and there was an entire empty 6-pack of Sierra Nevada. And so I didn't see him drink it, and it wasn't changing his behavior. He was the same, so I didn't assume anything really. But when he told me about it, one day he was very troubled over it and was trying to overcome it.
So despite these, you said, you were in love with him. Before you buy the house, you're both living in separate apartments in Monterey, right?
Yes.
Okay. And where are you working?
I was working at an Italian restaurant called Piatti, and also California Pizza Kitchen had opened a restaurant there at their mall. And so I helped open that restaurant, and I was tending bar there.
And to your recollection, where was Daryl working?
Where was he working? I don't know why, I can't remember. I think he was working in Pebble Beach at a resort in Pebble Beach at the time.
Tell us about the thinking behind the two of you deciding to purchase a home together.
Well, I saw myself eventually becoming a real estate investor. That's what I sort of wanted to do career-wise. And obviously the housing market was taking off in 2005. So I wanted to buy a home and sit on it for a while. And I had good credit, but I didn't have quite the income required for that. So I began talking to Daryl about it, and he also really wanted to buy a home. The Monterey Peninsula was way out of our reach. At that time, like a dirt lot was going for $700,000. So there was no way we were able to purchase property in that area at the time. Also, I should probably mention he stopped drinking. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have considered that. So he's been sober since 2004. So we decided to talk about buying a house together, and his ex-wife was moving to La Quinta, California, which is in Riverside County, I think. And it's right near Palm Desert. So we began making plans to move to Sacramento since she was moving. We wanted to buy a home, but we wanted to stay nearer to Monterey and not come all the way down to the desert.
You said you wanted to become involved in the real estate market. Did you do anything besides just look at purchasing a home? Did you educate yourself, anything of that nature?
Yes, I took real estate classes at Monterey Peninsula College just to become more familiarized with the process of real estate economics, and I don't remember all the other title of the class I took, but it involved real estate. So I took those at the same time I was taking more semesters of Spanish, and began studying it and just paying more attention to real estate market trends and looking at listings and things like that.
Okay. One of the things we spoke about earlier was, all throughout high school, that you had an interest in art, photography, different mediums of art. Was that a business that you were interested in this time, or were you more focused on the real estate business?
It was a business that I saw myself developing, but I wasn't actively, at that point in my life, I wasn't actively trying to start like a company or anything. I was trying to start a real estate company.
Were you still painting and drawing and?
Occasionally, I didn't, it's very time consuming, so I didn't take a lot of time out of my schedule to do that, but every now and then I did. For Father's Day, I gave Daryl a portrait of his son, and he really liked it.
Did it, purchasing the home at this point in time, do you remember how much that home cost?
I believe it was $350,000.
And did you and Mr. Brewer have to put down a sizable down payment in order to buy that house?
I think, I can't remember who put money down, but it was one of those, I think it was 100% financed, interest only kind of thing.
Okay. What was your financial situation at that point in time when you were buying the house?
I was in a pretty solid financial position. I had a lot of money in the bank saved. Well, by a lot, I mean about 10 or 12,000. Which I think at that point in my life was the most I'd saved ever. And I had very good credit. Daryl had good credit. he had, I think, a Roth IRA or something that he was also, saving for retirement. So he was invested as well.
So when did you, if you can recall, when did you move into the home? When did you close on the house?
I believe it was June 2005 that we were actually going to move to Sacramento, and we were looking around the area there. So we made an offer on a house in Fair Oaks, which is a city right outside of Sacramento. And the owners accepted our offer. We checked out the house. We really liked it. And the day after our offer was accepted, the plan was we were going to take his son and keep him full-time. And, he would visit his mother in La Quinta. And so the day after our offer was accepted, she decided that she wanted him to come live with her and continue the same custody agreement. So at that point, the Sacramento area wasn't feasible anymore for Daryl, and I wasn't able to buy a house without him. And of course, I wanted to be with him because we were still together. So,
just so we're clear too, she is in this story. She is Daryl's ex-wife, right?
Yes.
Jack's mother.
Jack's mother. So I came over to his house the day after. We're just really high on the fact that we're going to get a house, and we're excited. And he was just hanging up the phone, and he said, I don't remember what he said, but he was, sorry.
Well, Jodi, why don't we talk about the point in time then you make this offer in this house near Sacramento.
The unkilling.
You don't get
Can you talk about
that. Tell us how you wind up in the house that you wound up in.
Well, we decided that he needed to be nearer to his son. So we checked out schools and real estate prices in Palm Desert, which was more affordable than La Quinta. La Quinta is more a high-end community with more expensive property. In Palm Desert, there was a very good school district, and there were neighborhoods that had houses within our price range that were in that school district. So we made an offer on a house that I had seen online that I really liked.
Okay. So when you say really like, was this just from a personal perspective or also from a business perspective?
I guess from the business perspective, because it was within our price range, and a personal perspective because just judging from the picture of the house, it looked like a house that I could see myself living in. Of course, we needed to see it in person first, but.
Okay. So when did you close and move into this house in Palm Desert?
We finally moved there in the summer
Of
2005.
And in terms of the situation, how big was this house?
The house was, I can't remember the square footage, somewhere around 1,400, maybe 1,500. It had 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, an open floor plan with the living room, dining area, and kitchen. It had a pool in the back, fruit trees, mature landscaping, palm trees, a front yard.
What was the living situation in terms of the bedrooms? Did you and Daryl share one? Describe that bit of it for us.
I had my bed, he had his bed, so we moved them both in, and I kind of kept the master bedroom sort of as my own space, and he had another bedroom that he kind of, like when he came home from work, he would call it his cave time. He needed about 45 minutes to just decompress, and he kind of just vegged out in front of CNN or something like that. And then after that, we would just sort of hang out.
Did Jack have a bedroom as well?
Yes, Jack had the other bedroom.
Who else needs
And
cave time?
how often did Jack live with the two of you?
He came on the weekends, 2 to 3 days a week.
And from your perspective, do you feel like you had a good relationship with Jack?
Yeah, we grew closer after moving to Palm Desert. Yeah, I did. I had a good relationship. It wasn't like a motherly kind of role. It was more like, I guess, having grown up with younger siblings, Jack felt more like a little brother to me.
And your relationship with Daryl at this point in time in 2005, when you moved into this home, what was the status of your romantic relationship with Daryl?
We were boyfriend, girlfriend. We were in a committed monogamous relationship, not necessarily headed for marriage, but I was in love with him.
You say not necessarily headed for marriage. Had Daryl's perspective, as you saw it, did that change from that initial advisement, I guess, that he gave you a couple years prior?
I was not under any impression that he had changed his mind about his position on marriage.
Okay. So given that Mr. Brewer was not interested in getting married and you had your separate lives, your separate bank accounts, that you got the mortgage together, what was the plan on purchasing this home? Were you going to live in it for years? What was the idea?
Ideally, if everything had worked out and if the housing market had continued to increase, which of course it didn't, I think June was the year it peaked, or the month it peaked, then we would have stayed in it for 2 years and either rented it out or flipped it, sold it and tried to reinvest in another house.
So you didn't have a plan to be permanently together, whether married or not, you and Darryl?
No, actually, I had hoped to maybe buy him out on the house if possible so that I could own it. And then I had ideas of maybe making it into a business investment.
Good night,
property.
Lisa.
Okay.
Don't go.
At this point in time, were you still in love with Mr. Brewer?
You mean while we owned the house together?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I like to put in little Easter eggs.
Did you want to marry
Easter eggs.
Darryl Brewer?
I probably would have, I would have married him.
No,
I don't
didn't
know
think
that.
about that.
I mean, he was pretty clear that he didn't want to get married, so I didn't allow myself to entertain that idea, but I could see myself spending my life with him.
So as it relates to this period, this plan that was hatched, I guess, or actualized in 2005 to buy the house and stay together in it for a couple of years and make money. Did that plan work?
No, it didn't work at all.
Why not? What happened?
The day before we signed on our house, our mortgage broker called and switched up the terms, and she said it really fast, and
Have to
we
look.
were like, okay, whatever, we just really wanted the house. So what we failed to remember or consider was that in 1 year, the mortgage would index with the current rate, and so our mortgage payment jumped from $2,200 a month up to $2,800 a month, and it was a lot more than we were expecting.
And were you still working 2 jobs?
Yes, I was working 2 jobs, yes, in Palm Desert.
So the year half of the mortgage then would have been $1,400, right?
Yes,
Okay. And that didn't include any of the other household expenses?
no other bills, just the mortgage alone was that.
Okay. And were you, between these 2 jobs, were you making the kind of money that you could afford that sort of payment?
I think I might have been able to. I
No.
would have been
No,
I think,
ma'am.
living very impoverished if I would. It didn't quite cover the mortgage.
No, ma'am.
I came up short every month.
So how did you keep paying the mortgage?
Hello.
I was hoping to earn more money or get another job, but what I did in the meantime,
Well,
assuming that I would be able to pay it back, is I started paying the mortgage with my credit cards.
bye, Patches.
Was the
No.
value of the home, what was happening with that?
The value obviously wasn't increasing anymore. I didn't really look into the value of the home I was living in, but I was paying attention to sale prices in my neighborhood, and they were going for almost $100,000 less at this point than what we closed on our home for. So it was pretty apparent that the market was kind of switching back to a buyer's market.
And how long were you and Daryl able to maintain the home with this increased mortgage payment?
I can't remember exactly when it mortgaged, but it went south pretty quickly as far as being able to maintain the payments. I think the last the full half payment that I made was in November 2006. And then by December, I couldn't quite get to 1,400, and then by January, I couldn't pay. I think I paid even less, and I think that was the last time I was able to even attempt it. And so by then, we decided we were going to just let the property lapse into foreclosure.
Moving back a few months to the fall of 2006, what was going on with your relationship, with Mr. Brewer? Were you still happy, or describe that for us?
Well, I still loved him, but I think that summer I had a lot of things, just kind of reality hit. We weren't really progressing in our relationship. I was no longer 22, I was 26 now, so I began to question, where I was going with my life. Was I going to have a family with this person?
Yep.
And so it really didn't seem that way. And at the time, my goal was marriage and children, at least someday. And that's not something you can just go out and get. It's something you have to kind of invest time in. And so at age 26, I was more than halfway through my 20s, and I wanted to begin focusing more on that. But we had the house together, so I wasn't sure how that was going to work. So I became, I guess, a little more disenchanted with the relationship. He wasn't really focused on it. He had a lot of stress going on with his life and his bills and his son and his ex-wife and that kind of thing. So we were going in different directions. We had different visions for our futures.
You mentioned personally the things you wanted on a personal level. But you had also talked about this home purchase being a business venture for you, obviously one that wasn't doing so well, right?
You and me
Yes.
both.
Did you
I
have
cannot
other
wait.
ideas in mind with what you wanted to do with your life from a professional standpoint?
Well, I was looking for other ways to get on my feet financially so that I could, so that I could invest in real estate, which was going to be a main form of my income, so I could do other things that I enjoy, which would also be forms of income, such as photography.
Nobody was going to hire you.
And I didn't see myself yet making a career out of art, but it was more a hobby than a career goal. But possibly that. And I wanted to get my art into galleries. I enjoyed the weddings that I had done at Ventana, but I enjoyed photography more than coordinating them. So I wanted to become a wedding photographer also.
Oh, hon. The amount
Now,
of stress
before we
that
go
comes
any
with wedding
further into some of your
photography. If anybody
ventures,
photographer out there,
we talked about a little bit throughout the course of your life,
even as a second photographer, for
that
wedding.
you call it your spiritual or religious thinking. You talked about your two prior boyfriends. At this point in time, in the fall of 2006, where was your thinking spiritually, religiously?
At that time, I considered myself very open-minded spiritually as far as religions go.
I still
I
have
find
to count here.
good things in all kinds of religions, and truths in all
8
religions
direct,
are things that
5
resonate
cross,
with me.
2
And
redirect,
so I
3
didn't
pure
have a
questions.
particular or specific religion that I was identified with or that I considered
And then
to be my religion. It was kind of
follow-up
open and broad, but I still
Something
considered
like that.
myself spiritual.
Okay. Now, you mentioned looking for a financial mechanism, if you will, to allow you to make money while you worked on your art, your photography, that sort of thing, right?
Yes.
Did you find one of those, or what you thought was one of those?
Yes, the year before, I went to work at California Pizza Kitchen one day, and my manager asked me where I saw myself in 5 years. And the first thought that jumped into my mind was real estate, something involving real estate. I think I mentioned that. He said he was going to be retired, which I thought was kind of a bold statement because he's about my age. And so he gave me some information, and it was the company that was then called Prepaid Legal. I think there was a magazine and a DVD, and he was really excited about it. And I thought, okay, well, he asked me to look at it, review it, and I told him I would. But it wasn't anything that really got me excited. And initially I took it, that day at work, I put it next to one of the computer terminals and I forgot about it, and it stayed at work for
She
several
certainly
weeks, almost a
couldn't
month
sell her
before I remembered
innocence.
to finally
That's
take
for
it home.
sure.
Okay. Did you watch that DVD?
Not at that point. I took it home. I never looked at it. Well, not never. I didn't look at it for a long time. It went into a closet, just a storage closet. And about 6 months later, maybe 5 months later, I was cleaning it out, and I was just cleaning things out, and I came across the DVD, and I wanted to throw it away, but I didn't want to throw it away before I at least knew what was on it. So I stopped what I was doing. I popped it into the DVD player and sat down and just gave it my attention for that time so that I could at least throw it away knowing that I knew what was on it before I threw it away. And I just liked what I saw. And so I called him back. And
Called who back?
the person who gave it to me, I called him back. He said he wasn't in the business anymore, but he could refer me to his upline. And so I got his number, and then I called that guy. And he told me he wasn't in the business anymore, but that he would still get me some more material on it. And so I waited a few days and didn't hear back from him. So I finally just went to Prepaid Legal's website and submitted my information for to get more information about it. I think I was able to sign up on the website. No, I don't think I signed up then, but I submitted my information, and a lady named Michelle finally called me back.
And this lady named Michelle that called you back, did you know her?
No, I
Prior
didn't
to
know.
her call?
Not prior.
Okay. Was this someone who was and you were in Palm Desert at the time that you made this call, right?
Yes.
Okay. And was this Michelle, was she in your area?
She was. I think what happens is when you submit information, at least this is how it used to be, you submit your phone number or maybe by zip code or phone number, the referral goes to somebody within your area. So she's in the same area code as I am, but a different city. She lived in Hemet.
Okay. Did you meet with her, or tell us how?
She called me. She was actually at one of the conventions. It was March 2006 that I went onto the computer, and during a break, she checked her email, and she got notice of my information and called me right away and told me where to go to sign up. So I went online and I signed up. And when she came back from convention, we decided to meet at a restaurant. I think it was in Palm Desert or somewhere halfway.
Well, let's before you get too far, what do you mean by you signed up?
I didn't know what that meant at the time, but she just instructed me to go online, purchase the membership, and then also pay the fee to become an independent associate with the company.
Okay. So you bought their product and then you pay an additional fee to sell the product,
Yes.
right? That's what being an associate means, to be able to sell the product?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And why was it that you were interested at this point in time of becoming an associate of this company?
I liked what I saw on the DVD. It was presented very well by two executives in the company that have had a lot of success and are very eloquent, and they were able to explain it in very simple terms with simple math, and it just seemed like something that was that I might have success with.
Okay. So you meet this individual, and are you then involved in selling the product as well, or how do you get involved in that?
Well, she sent me away with tons of supplies, DVDs to pass out to other people, magazines, marketing materials, and I really didn't do anything with it. I just took it home and it sat there and collected dust for a while.
And home, were you still living with Mr. Brewer at that time?
Yes.
And were you still in a boyfriend-girlfriend type relationship at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And just, I keep saying at that time, do you know about what month and year we're talking about?
Well, I was still in March 2006 at this time when I took things home, and like end of March, because she was at the convention and then she came back.
Okay. So these materials, you're telling us they sit. Were you actively trying to sell memberships? What were you doing in regards to prepaid legal?
Not at that point. She had called me in the summer. There was a team event at Daniel Summit, Utah. And it was
I'm gonna
scheduled
come
at
up
the beginning of
with, like,
July that year. And I was
two options,
scheduled to
and
go to my
then
cousin's wedding. And
on our
wanted
link
to build
tree,
my
you'll be
wedding
able to vote.
portfolio, so that was much more important to me, obviously.
we'll
and to be
see.
with my family for that event. So I didn't go to
It's a
that.
cone.
I didn't go to the company event that she
cone.
invited me to, but I went to my cousin's wedding, and then the summer went by, and she called me in early August and asked if I had bought my ticket for the convention, which occurred in September. And I told her I had not, and she was very adamant that I go. And she told me, you know, you can carpool with us. It's Las Vegas. It's not a far drive. So kind of at her behest, I bought the ticket reluctantly.
In September 2006, were you still, you talked about working 2 different jobs to pay the mortgage, that sort of thing. Was that going on in September of 2006 still?
Yes, I was going to go back to work at Quisto. They closed for the summer for a few months, and the owners leave the desert. They go up to Monterey, actually. And then it reopens mid-September, or maybe it's early September, whenever school starts there, because he had children. So around that
Hours
time,
of the
the restaurant
people
reopens, and I
From
still had
the
my
choices
position.
I give you.
Okay.
So
You also
Mostly
talked
power to the
earlier, I guess, about the time that you purchased the house, you had $10,000 to $12,000 in the bank. Was that money still in the bank in September 2006?
No, that money was long gone.
Okay. So what is your financial situation in September 2006?
going to
It's
jail.
not, it's paycheck to paycheck, struggling. I mean, we're not out on the street or anything, but I gave up all of the extra things that I liked.
I'm like the queen. I give everybody a
Starbucks,
choice,
just
but
things like that.
you know
Just
what I
little things
really
that
want.
would chip away at your
I'm just kidding.
monthly income. Everything was very
Or
sparse.
the king now. The king. I'm like the
It's
king.
whatever we could to make ends meet.
I don't feel so bad making fun of him.
And your relationship
Little
with
less.
Mr. Brewer, is this still going fine, or are we still at this dead end that you were
So
describing
hard
earlier?
being me.
It was something I sort of dreaded because I knew it wasn't going to last, but we hadn't discussed it. I don't know where he was with things. I figured he was kind of in the same realm. I didn't realize his feelings were as deep for me as he said when he was on the stand. We had that conversation about a year later, about 8 months afterward, where he told me that, which surprised me.
Don't lie.
I just
Don't
kind of figured
lie.
he was in another place and I was in another place.
Okay. So
Or to Rudolph.
you purchased this ticket for this convention, and this was in Las Vegas?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a specific location for this event?
Yes, it was held at the MGM Grand.
So do you then, did you go to this convention?
Yes.
Okay, and how did you get there?
I drove to
He's
Hemet
so
and parked my
vain.
car at Michelle's house, and
Probably
we
thinks
took
this
her.
trial is
She had a brand new Honda
about
Accord, so
you,
it was real
don't
spacious.
you?
And she and Lenore and I all drove the 3 of us carpooled to Las Vegas.
Okay. And you mentioned this person, Lenore. Was this a friend of yours or a stranger to you at the time?
She became a friend. That was the first day I'd met her, and she was also a recruit of Michelle's.
So you go off to Las Vegas, and these people are virtually strangers to you. Is that what I'm hearing?
Michelle and I would talk occasionally and text. I was comfortable around her. She was almost my mother's age, maybe slightly younger. So I was comfortable around her, but I didn't know her very well.
And to this point in time, it sounds like you hadn't been active in the company at all. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Other than buying a membership?
Yeah, that's true.
All right.
Wasn't really looking forward to going, but I figured I should give it an honest shot.
Okay. Did you know anyone
I
else
should
at
give
this
a
that was going to
pyramid
be at this
scheme an honest
convention
shot.
besides your two companions?
I'm sorry?
Did you know anyone else at this convention
something
besides
funny
the
about
people
that.
you were traveling there with?
No.
Okay. Well, tell us about what happened when you arrived there.
When we arrived, we checked in. There was just a swarm of people everywhere with all their luggage.
This is the night that she met Travis.
They were all other associates that were checking in. It's a convention of about, I think at the time there were about 12,000 people. So it's in Canada and the US, so all kinds of people from all different walks of life descend onto the MGM Grand for this convention. And not everyone stays at the MGM Grand, but everyone stays around in Las Vegas. So there were a lot of people checking in. We got to our room. We just kind of relaxed for a little while and then walked around, got lunch, and then later got dinner.
You said our room. What was the accommodations? Were you sharing it with these two ladies?
Yes.
Okay.
I
And,
think her mom was also, I can't remember. I think there were 4 of us.
okay.
See, that
Now,
sounds
did
fun.
you get there on the day the convention began, or were you there earlier than the convention?
We came, well, the convention is on a Friday and Saturday, and we showed up on Wednesday night.
Yeah. Wait, did you hear
And
it?
what-
Hold on. Wait a second. Pause. Pause. Did you guys hear the soundboard? Wait. I'm going to be excited if you did. Hold on. I'm going to hit a play. Hold on. That's how we feel about the here we go. Listen.
2 hours later.
Did you hear this? Did I fix it? Oh. I have probably can't. I have like an entire like grouping of sounds that we can play. And maybe it's because the trial's up too loud. Let me
to your
I'll turn this down
understanding
just a little
anyway,
bit.
what were you to do at convention? Were you attending classes, attending meetings?
Because
What
I've
was
been
your
trying to
purpose
play
in
some
being there?
things.
I didn't
Like,
understand.
this one.
Weird, wild stuff.
I didn't understand I didn't know what to expect. I'd never been there before. She just told me it's going to be a great event. It's going to get you fired up.
I'm so excited now. I thought
I'd
it wasn't
never
working.
Attended a
It's
convention,
working.
not that convention, so I
I
didn't
have
really
so
know
many
what to expect.
toys.
Okay.
I want to say thanks to the person
And
who
how
got
long
it
were
for
you
me.
going to be
because-
there?
Whoa.
Yes. Well, we were going to leave Sunday, so 5 days total.
Okay. Is that when the convention ended?
No, my understanding was that it went all day Friday, all day Saturday. And there were smaller team events outside of those.
Okay. And was there a
Everybody,
particular team that you were to be involved with at this convention?
you all were being so nice.
Michelle
You were
was on
hearing
Team
sounds and
Freedom,
you weren't
so
telling
she
me
recruited
anything.
That made me
You're
part of
so
Team
nice.
Freedom. No, I'm sorry. I take that back. It was Team Renew. Sorry, there's a lot of different teams in the company. Team Renew, I
Is
think,
there?
was the name.
Okay.
Because I also have this one. Here we go.
And
Blah, 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 dee,
tell
blah,
us
blah.
about what happened. You said you went in your room, you relaxed.
And
What
this
did you do
one.
then?
The champ.
We just wandered around a little. We went out
And
to
you can bet
the
Letitia is
swimming
both
pool.
of those
There were a lot of
icons.
people there. I didn't bring a bathing suit. I didn't even think I was thinking business. So I felt, I don't know, it was 100 degrees and everyone was out in bikinis.
No, you're
hanging out,
pointing
bathing
it out,
suits
and I
splashing around. So
appreciate
just
it.
I felt awkward. I was just standing there in my business clothes. You know, I was getting introduced to a lot of people.
I
couldn't
can.
really keep track of
Yep.
everyone. There were a lot of names.
Okay. And you say you had another day before the convention started?
Yes, there was Thursday, and then
I'm
on
going to
Friday
save that one for
was when the
RA.
convention started.
RA gets to
So what
keep
did you
braying
do
the
on
jury.
Thursday?
I know we have it in
On
the beginning of
Thursday,
our
Michelle,
intro for
Lenore, and I
Dayport,
just
but
went.
I'm going to keep
I
braying
don't
the
remember the
jury
whole
for
day, but I
RA.
remember we got dinner at Applebee's across town.
But
Um,
if you have suggestions,
we just were having
you can
dinner.
put them in the chat
We just killed
and I'll
time
write 'em
just
down
doing things,
for sound
running around
effects.
town.
Were you meeting more associates though as well?
Yeah, before we left the MGM Grand, we walked around and met more people, and I was introduced to more people. that she
Yes,
knew.
I'm trying to figure out
So there weren't any
mine
meetings
so that
or
we
anything
can
on
get
Thursday,
hers
is that
going.
Right.
I wasn't aware of any, but I later in that evening, I learned that there was a banquet that occurs the night before convention, and that's the executive director banquet.
While you were at this convention, did you ever meet an individual by the name of Travis Alexander?
Yes.
Describe for us where you were and what was going on when you met Travis Alexander.
On Wednesday night, this would be early September 2006, Michelle, Lenore, and I were with her mother and I think 2 other associates. And we were all sitting around this round table at the Rainforest Cafe, which is inside the casino and the hotel. We were having dinner and we were finishing up dinner, paid our check, and we left. We didn't leave the Rainforest Cafe. We sort of stayed in this kind of lobby area. I don't know how else to. We were right outside the entrance, still indoors.
Bunch of
And there's just
professionals
tons of people everywhere.
eating
A lot of them are
at
prepaid legal business
Rainforest
associates. So
Cafe.
I'm staying close to Michelle. 'Cause she's the only person I really know. And I'm meeting other people that are on my team, and she introduces me to people that are in my upline and things like that. And
Yep.
there was just a crowd of people everywhere. And out of the corner of my eye, I saw somebody walking toward me, kind of fast paced. And I noticed it was a guy, and I thought he was going somewhere because he looked like he had a purpose. So I stepped out of the way because I thought he needed to walk past me. But he stopped right in front of me and stuck his hand out and introduced himself.
And was that Travis?
Yes.
What happened from that point in time?
I shook his hand and tried to just log the name because there were a lot of people that I was meeting that weekend.
I ain't been into a Rainforest Cafe in a
So we
minute.
just kind of milled around the outside of the Rainforest Cafe a little longer.
By that, I mean, like,
our group
probably
began
2
to
decades.
wander throughout the casino, just past restaurants and sports bars and the slot machines and all that kind of thing.
And you say your group, does that mean the people you went to the restaurant with?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, Mr. Alexander wasn't part of the lunch you had or dinner, excuse me, at the Rainforest Cafe.
No, he wasn't.
Did he then follow your group around the MGM?
He made it a point to walk with us. He was also on Team Renew, but more like laterally. He was obviously hired as an executive director as far as position in the company. But so he knew all these people. He had met them all before. But as we wandered throughout the casino, he made it a point to walk next to me and keep me engaged in conversation.
Okay. Was this late in the evening when this was going on, or?
It was dark out, I think, but I don't recall it being very late.
How did you part company with
10-4.
Alexander that evening?
Well, after
way too loud.
wandering around, we kind of wandered back to the lobby where there's a big golden lion statue, and we took pictures.
Are you talking about the
there with
guy
some people.
that I just covered up his face?
And then after a while,
The court reporter?
I kind
Or
of
a different
noticed
dude?
that I'd been ignoring everyone else in the group, and just he and I were talking. And at one point, there was a lull in the conversation, and it kind of felt like everyone was staring at us, so it was a little awkward. So I sort of began to talk to other people.
Okay.
And sorry.
No, go ahead. Keep
Okay. I don't remember how we parted, but just said goodbye, and Michelle, Lenore, and I went back to our hotel room. And I didn't really think anything of that meeting, but I think it was, Lenore pointed out that she thought maybe he liked me, which made me think differently, I guess, about reflecting on our conversation, because I didn't get that vibe from him.
Okay. Did you speak after you parted company? Did you speak to Mr.
That is a different
Alexander
gentleman.
again that night?
Is that his brother? Did Travis
Not
have a
that
brother?
night.
I can't remember. I'm blanking.
When did you next speak to Mr. Alexander?
Well, while Lenore and Michelle and I were at Applebee's having dinner, Michelle's phone rang and she answered it, and I only heard her half of the conversation, and then she hung up and asked me and just told me that Travis wants to know if I would go to the executive director banquet with him.
The storm's outside.
And we heard a little bit about this earlier, but from your perspective, at least,
Thank you.
perhaps I should say it this way.
Thank you.
Your perspective at the time, did you even know what an executive director's banquet was?
No, when Michelle mentioned it, that was the first I'd heard about it.
And what did you come to understand that it was?
Eventually, I came to understand that it's kind of it's a banquet where everyone dresses up. The women are dressed to the nines, the men are usually in tuxedos. It's kind of an upscale banquet with multiple courses. And generally there are speeches
Multiple
and things
courses.
that other people give
Let me just
after
get that
the
in there.
banquet,
Multiple courses.
while you're dining.
Okay. Now, once
They
this
like to talk about
invitation
food.
came
She likes to
you,
talk about
let me ask,
food.
were you in any way prepared to attend such a banquet?
No, I turned him down and said I didn't want to go because once I found out that it was, something where you have to dress up for, I didn't bring anything for that. So I said, thanks anyway. But no thanks, because we were on the other side of Las Vegas. The banquet
Mud
started in
pies.
less than an hour and I just didn't see how I
That
could
would have then
get a dress,
turned
get
into
back
chicken,
there,
beef, and
rush hour
fish by the
traffic, all
magician
in that
Gus.
span of time. So
And this would have been Thursday evening?
yes, this was Thursday night.
Ah,
Did you end up attending that banquet?
I did.
Explain to us how you went from the point in time when you said, I don't have anything to wear, it's across town, it's in an hour, to actually attending the banquet. How did that happen?
Well, after I said no, Michelle was she encouraged me. She said it would be a very good experience for me. There are lots of executives that go that you should meet. I think her idea was to get me inspired to become more active in the company and get me more excited about the company. And both Lenore and Michelle were very encouraging.
is that what these kids are calling it
This is a very
these
good opportunity.
days?
Not everyone gets this opportunity. So I kind of just said, okay, well, we got to find something for me to wear. So we ran around town. I think Kohl's was near Applebee's. I didn't know if there were any suitable dresses at that store.
On this day,
But we
I think
went
it's
in
the one
there,
on the right.
Grabbed a few things off the rack, tried them on. Nothing was really working out. So I was thinking I was probably going to call him back. Well, actually, I did call him right before that and said, okay, I don't have a dress,
Considering
but I'm
she
going to look
sent
for
his
one,
grandmother
and I'll let you know.
flowers?
And so I
Yeah.
was in the dressing room at Kohl's. By that point, he had my cell phone number. And so he called me and said,
Objection, here's.
Did you end up buying a dress?
Sorry, I was not specific.
No.
On the right of the brother we were talking about just earlier.
Did you end up obtaining a dress to wear to this banquet?
yes, his friend packed an extra dress and she was the same size as me. And I guess she heard about his predicament and said that I could wear that dress.
Did you find it strange that Mr. Alexander was asking you to this banquet after only meeting him the day before?
I didn't really think of it as strange. I think the whole week was kind of strange. It wasn't really what I was accustomed to, so I was just going with the flow.
Okay.
Each block, there's 12
So,
buttons here, and I can have multiple
tell us
pages
how
of buttons that I
you,
can just switch back and forth from. So a lot.
Obtain this dress and what happens
A lot.
as you're going from Kohl's to the banquet?
After I realized there was a dress at the hotel, we dropped everything at Kohl's.
That one.
Hopped in the car and got on the freeway, and it was
Yep.
very slow traffic, but we just made it all the way back to the MGM Grand. And
Tell us about it. See,
We
this is why
rushed
I'd
up
never be on a
to
jury. I'd want to know.
the hotel room where
wanna
the
know.
dress was. I changed.
Was it backless?
and,
Did you have straps? What was
Travis met me there, met Michelle and I there, and we walked across the complex over to the ballroom where the banquet hall was being held. I'm sorry, where the banquet was being held. in
it?
the ballroom.
Lucy's not with me.
Whose dress was it that you were borrowing?
His friend's wife, Sky Hughes.
And had you known Miss Hughes prior to coming to her room and borrowing her dress?
No, I had not met her.
And you mentioned his friend Chris Hughes being Sky's husband. Had you met Chris Hughes prior to this event?
No.
When you went to,
Oh.
let me ask you this, was Mr. Alexander there in the room when you changed and got ready?
I think he showed up. I was in the bathroom changing.
Gotcha.
Tell
I'm there
us what this banquet was like for you.
It was nice. I was somewhat accustomed to that level of dining because of my serving experience, but I was always the server, not the guest.
I'm gonna bring that up. Just
So, and I was very
sheer
familiar
detriment
with
to myself, but
just
that's funny.
how the courses run and,
Nicely done, Eddie.
table etiquette and that sort of thing. So that was not
You know-
really, it didn't move me a lot, but what was interesting was all of these people that were there and how successful they all were. And that kind of opened my eyes to the reality that you really can be successful in this company, and it's not just some fly-by-night company or any kind of get-rich-quick scheme or things like that.
Any kind of, what was that?
Like a get-rich-quick scheme, that's not what it was.
Okay.
It was legitimate.
I think him saying, "Did you?" He's so
It
good at
sounds to
saying,
me like then
"Did
that
you?"
you were, to some degree, getting intoxicated by the success you were seeing. Is that fair to say?
I don't know if intoxicated would quite be right, but it definitely made a big impression on me.
Impression how?
It stuck out in my mind. Travis also challenged me. He said, every person I take to the executive.
Here's-
Okay.
Ms. Arias, did people at this banquet encourage you to
I
become
literally just wrote that down right
more
here.
involved in prepaid legal?
Yes.
Was Mr. Alexander one of those individuals that encouraged you?
He's on the list.
Yes, he encouraged me the most of everybody.
Tell us in terms of, you talked about the dining and things of that nature. Did you have any idea when you went to this banquet, or did you learn during the course of this banquet what an executive director meant in terms of income level?
I had an idea. There were people there giving they're called ring speeches. That means that they earned $100,000 within a 1-year period. So when you do that, you earn a ring to symbolize that or to, show that.
That's what she said.
So that's a huge milestone in the company that a lot of people strive for. Travis did not have his ring. He came close at one point. He said he made almost 80 grand. Sorry.
I couldn't hear the last statements. Restate the question.
How,
Phone, oh. To your right. Thank you. You may proceed.
to your understanding, how did Mr. Alexander have the ability to invite you to this executive director's banquet?
He wouldn't have to be an executive director to have tickets. So that meant that he qualified for that position.
And to your understanding, what did qualifying to that position mean?
It meant that he had a certain level of production in the company as far as selling memberships. I believe that was my understanding of it.
Okay. But you also mentioned something about a ring. To your understanding at this banquet, was that something different than being an executive director?
Yes, because you can be an executive director and still not be earning $100,000 or actually anywhere near that, is my understanding now.
Okay. Did Mr. Alexander give a speech at this banquet?
No.
Did other people that he was with or people that he knew, did they make speeches at this banquet?
People made speeches and he may have known them, but I don't know what their relationship was to him.
The level of income of the people in the room, it seemed like from what Mr. Searcy told us, that was pretty well known. Is that correct?
Judge, you probably should put Mr. Searcy in the three notes.
Restate the question.
Did you have an understanding, or was there any publications that talked about how much money these people were making?
Yes, some of the people are known to, well, you get a ring when you earn $100,000. When your income reaches $250,000, you get a diamond embedded in the ring. When your income reaches $500,000, you get 2 diamonds. And when your income reaches $1 million a year, you get 3 diamonds. So, and then there are people who earn beyond the $1 million mark. I don't know if there is any kind of outward symbol for that or not.
Okay. But you were learning this while you
Who
were
asked for
present at
Schitt's
this
Creek?
banquet, right? All these
You
figures,
did
and
that.
these income figures, right?
Yes, people were mentioning their lifestyle in their speeches. That's incorporated their lifestyle, how things changed, how they struggled or how they're having success now, and they throw out numbers.
Did that speak to you in terms of your current situation? Or your situation as it relates to September 2006?
Yes.
Let's talk about that a little bit. What sorts of, in general, not specifically what they said, but what sort of statements did they make about the lifestyle in terms of with prepaid legal, how long it took to make money, those sort of things?
Their lifestyle, they no longer struggled, was the impression that I got. They no longer worried about paying the bills. They no longer worried about where their money would come from. They were more concerned with things of a higher nature, I guess you could say, like philanthropy, or who they could turn around and bless now that they've been blessed. And constructive ways they could now use their income to better society.
And that was something that also spoke to you?
Yes, very much.
After this banquet, what did you and Mr. Alexander stay together?
After the banquet, we left the banquet room, or it was like a big ballroom. And everyone sort of mills around outside and takes pictures with people. And so Travis took me around to a few different executives, and I got my picture taken with a bunch of people and him. And we just did that. And after that, I changed out of, well, we went back to the hotel room and I changed out of the dress and back into regular clothes.
Okay. Without telling me specifically what he said during this evening with Mr. Alexander, did you get the sense that he had a romantic interest in you?
Not really. He wasn't really flirting with me. He wasn't giving off that vibe. I did get the impression that he was trying to impress me because he was talking about income, and that he was talking to the guy next to him, but he was saying it very loud. So I got that impression, but not that he was trying to.
I don't know why I'm feeling this like deep, aching sense of dread.
Like woo me, if that makes sense.
Okay. During that evening, did you learn anything else about Mr. Alexander, where he lived, his family, his work history? Did you learn things like that about him?
He didn't talk about his family, but the night before he said he was from Riverside.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
That he was from Riverside.
Okay.
He told me he was a 49ers fan, which I kind of didn't believe because he was from Southern California and most people like the Chargers in that area. But it had to do with Steve Young. I guess it was a member of the church and a very good quarterback. He asked me about the UFC, if I was familiar with it. That was an interest he had, and I was familiar with it somewhat.
And UFC, is that an acronym for something?
Yes, it's an acronym for Ultimate Fighting Championship.
Oh, got a
Is
phone.
that what we would call cage fighting?
Yes, cage fighting, no holds barred.
And it sounds like you mentioned the church. Did he convey his faith to you that evening?
Not that evening. We went to convention on Friday. He had invited me to sit down on the floor where the executive directors sit. It's a bunch of chairs set up, so it's closer to the stage instead of the stadium seating.
And just so we're clear, is this the day after the banquet, right?
Yes, this is the Friday morning. I had a ticket, which was several seats up. It was with Michelle. And I got a text message from him that said there's an open seat down here if you want to sit closer to the stage.
Okay. And from your understanding, this would be an area, sounded like what you were telling us is an area that you wouldn't otherwise be able to sit. Is that?
Yes, you needed a special pass to get into that area.
Okay, and do you know why?
It's reserved for executive directors only, so you have to be qualified for that position in order to get into that area.
Okay. And this, and I'm sorry, what did you call this? You said it was a meeting, or what was this event Friday?
It was, I guess I would call them sessions, like there's morning session and an afternoon session.
Okay. And for those of us who haven't been to one of these sessions with prepaid legal, what does this involve? Is there a huge number of people?
Yes, it fills up. It's a big stadium. I don't know how big, maybe football size, maybe not
I should
quite
make
that
it
big,
say
but it's pretty huge.
ALEXA.
Or just so we're clear, we're not talking the size of a football stadium, right?
No, but it holds it holds well over 10,000. I think it can hold like 15,000 people
Okay. All right.
with the floors.
Okay, so please go on.
So that was filling up. I decided to make my way down. I don't remember how I got there. I think he met me at the area and took me over to where the seat was. And I went and sat down there, and the event starts with the national anthem and then the Canadian national anthem, because the company is in both countries. And then just different things get started. It's kind of mixed up. There's training, entertainment. So, I mean, it's not entertainment, but their speeches. I think they use the term entertainment because it's entertaining training. Do you know what I'm saying?
Entertaining?
Entertaining training,
Lame.
I guess you could say. Anyway, we just looked at these. I just watched these speeches and took notes in my journal and took pictures, that kind of thing.
What were this, and I'm not even going to try to repeat the word because I'm sure I'll butcher it, but this entertainment/training, what was that from your perspective designed to do? It's
designed to, well, you get more training. Sometimes there are new products that they roll out and they train on that. But at the same time, it is designed to not be boring also. It's something that you usually riveted to. There's a lot of note taking. Some people come out and just rally up the crowd. They're very good speakers. They have a lot of energy. The ring speeches that were heard at the night before also set on stage again, so that all the associates that were unable to attend the banquet also get to hear those speeches. They're generally very inspiring because they're success stories.
Okay. And is this meeting in this large facility, is this something that lasts all day?
Yes, we start, I don't remember the time, but we start somewhat mid to early morning, go to lunch, break for lunch, and then come back in the afternoon until late afternoon.
Okay. Did you have lunch with Mr. Alexander?
No, that day I didn't. I went to get sushi with Michelle.
Okay. When you go back to this meeting, do you then return your seat near Mr. Alexander?
Yes. I think he invited me one more time, so then after that, I just stayed in that seat for the rest of the convention.
Did the entire convention, you said the rest of the convention, did the entire convention take place in this one large room?
Yes.
Okay. So you spent the entire 2 days sitting next to him at this convention?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have dinner with him that what would be, I guess, Friday night?
Not Friday night. No, we didn't.
Okay.
I don't really remember Friday night, actually.
Tell us about Saturday then.
Okay, Saturday I was again getting lunch with Michelle, and we started texting each other sort of back and forth. By this point, it was pretty clear that he liked me more than friends. He wasn't being overtly flirtatious, but he was being very friendly.
Like
And,
you? Or
I
just like you?
I decided that, well, Michelle had told him that I had a boyfriend.
Did you have a boyfriend at the time?
Yes, I was still with Daryl.
Did you know To your understanding, was Mr. Alexander aware of the fact that you had a boyfriend?
Yes,
Yes.
Overruled, you may answer.
yes, he was aware.
And you were just telling us that you got a sense of Mr. Alexander having an interest in you that wasn't strictly business, right?
Yes.
And you mentioned you were getting that sense. What things did he do to give you that sense?
He was texting me after the banquet. He
He
said really
was
nice things. You're a
texting
great
me.
girl.
Objection, Pearson.
Okay, sorry.
Not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, it's the fact of the listener.
Overruled, you may continue.
He was friendlier and friendlier, but not inappropriate. But after I learned that he already knew I had a boyfriend and he continued to act that way, I thought it would be, I thought I needed to pull him aside and tell him that I have a boyfriend so that he didn't get the wrong impression from me.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes.
And I feel like that needs to be
And
celebrated.
when was that?
That was Saturday night. We did have dinner at the Rainforest Cafe again. The whole Team Renew met. They reserved the upper floor of the Rainforest Cafe. We all had dinner there and then hung out in the food court after that and just talked for a long time. And then we went, I texted him earlier and said, I'd like to talk to you later.
She's a declaring her.
Rephrase the question.
What motivated you to, or I shouldn't say that, how did you arrange this conversation with Mr. Alexander?
I indicated that I would like to talk to him when the time was appropriate, alone, and he said, okay. So we were hanging out in the food court, and he asked me, do you want to go for a walk? And I said, I thought this would be my opportunity to talk to him, so we started going for a walk around the casino. It was very late. It was
As
about
one does.
1 o'clock in the morning at that point, and we started wandering near the stores. They're all closed at that point, so there are plenty of people over in the casino area where all the slot machines are, but this end of the building was kind of empty. So as we walked, I explained to him that I had a boyfriend, and I told him I liked him, but I'm in a relationship, and I explained a little bit about the state of my relationship. I didn't go into a lot of detail. I just,
What do you mean by you explained to him the state of your relationship?
I didn't go into a lot of detail. I just said, I'm not sure where it's going, but he's my boyfriend. That's what I said. I mean, I'm monogamous, so I'm with Daryl. I'm not with anybody else.
You sure? Because you're walking through a
Did he
casino.
respond in any way to what you were saying?
He smiled and he was aware that that's what I was, well, he assumed that's what I was going to talk to him about. And so at that point, it was clear, I thought, and I was able to relax a little more and just be friends. And so we found a park bench. It was kind of like a park bench against a wall at that end of the building. And we sat down and ended up talking for a few more hours just about everything.
Did he end up commenting on the, what you should do regarding your current relationship?
Yes.
Did he
She
advise
dated somebody
you
who wanted to
that
be a vampire, and then she ended up being
you
a
shouldn't
vampire.
settle for what you were dealing with?
Objection, Pearson.
Overruled, you may answer yes or no.
Yes.
While you were out on this bench, was this outside or inside?
Indoors.
And you said the two of you sat and spoke for a couple hours.
Yes.
Did you talk about religion or faith during that period of time?
Yes, the topic did turn to religion.
Did he share with you his membership in the Mormon church?
Yes, I knew that he was Mormon at that point. Michelle said it as if to warn me, like it should be a warning. I didn't know what that meant because I wasn't familiar with the Mormon church. I didn't know, I just assumed it was another Christian denomination, like any other. And I didn't really, I mean, I'd heard about Mormonism over the years. Mormonism is the butt of a lot of jokes on South Park, and some people just seem very antagonistic toward Mormons. I didn't understand why.
Sustained.
Did you have concerns about being around Mr. Alexander because of his membership or practice of the Mormon faith?
No, not at all. Someone's religion wouldn't affect that at all.
Did he express a desire for you to learn more about his faith?
No, he implied it, but he didn't openly start proselytizing or anything.
Okay. During this conversation at the bench, in the MGM, did he ever attempt to kiss you?
Not there on the bench, no.
Not on the bench?
But he did that night?
Mm-mm.
He leaned in very close as if he wanted to kiss me, and he was licking his lips and he was staring at my lips and like he wanted to kiss me, but he didn't.
And where did this occur?
On the elevator.
How close to you did he get?
Well, we got onto the elevator and
Objection, we don't scope. She was asked how close did he get?
Sustained.
How close did he get to you?
he got right in my face.
Objection!
4 inches, maybe 5.
Okay. And this wasn't forced based on the size of the elevator, right?
No, the elevator was empty.
Okay.
At one point, there was someone else that stepped on, but
Large elevator,
yes.
and he got within 4 inches of your face.
Objection is the answer.
Overruled.
Yes, he put his,
Objection, we don't scope.
Sustained.
Once he got within 4 inches of your face, with his face, was that right?
yes.
What did he do?
He licked his lips and said, I wish you didn't have a boyfriend.
Objection. Objection.
Sustained.
Did you kiss him?
No,
Did he make contact with you? Physical contact?
yes.
How?
He put his arm around me when he walked me back to my hotel room.
When he walked you back to your hotel room,
Yes.
did he attempt to kiss you again?
No, it seemed very obvious to me.
Objection, that he attempted to kiss her the first time. She said he did not.
No, actually, that's not what you said.
Overruled. You may answer the question.
He made it very obvious that he wanted to kiss me, but he was restraining himself. It was very obvious restraint.
Oh, yes, because you are
And-
so...
Did he attempt to
Oh.
invite himself into your hotel room?
No,
Anger.
And did you still have roommates per se for the hotel room?
yes, Michelle and Lenore, and I believe her mom were inside sleeping at that hour.
And this would have been late Saturday night, early Sunday morning, right?
Yes,
Okay. Is this the last you see of Mr. Alexander when you're in Las Vegas?
no.
After that evening, when was the next time you saw him?
Sunday
That's what she
morning,
said.
we had what's called a breakout, and it was in a small theater near the MGM Grand, within walking distance. So that team, I think it was Team Renew, maybe a few other people not on that team were present. I saw him there. I didn't sit next to him. And then
Objection, the others go. That's where she's from.
Sustained.
Where was he when you saw him?
he was at the theater and I was at the theater. And then he invited me to,
Objection, the others go.
What did he invite you to do?
he invited me to go to, it was a buffet of some kind back at the MGM where he and a few other people were having breakfast.
Okay.
or
Did
lunch.
you accept his invitation to have breakfast?
Yes,
And you said this was Mr. Alexander and other individuals, right?
yes.
Okay. Were these people you knew previous to this point in time, or were these more individuals you were meeting?
I believe I'd met them over the weekend. They were people on my team and in my upline.
Okay. Were there arrangements made for you two to have contact with each other again? How did you?
20 minutes left.
Mr.
We can do this.
Yeah, he
We
indicated he
can
would call me.
do this.
I didn't really expect him to call me, but that's kind of where we left it. We hugged.
Did he attempt to kiss you before he got in the taxi?
No,
When did you leave the convention?
Michelle and Lenore and I checked out a few hours. We got lunch at the Rainforest Cafe again, and then we checked out after that.
Okay. And I presume
Try
you drove back
something
to
local.
California?
Good
Yes.
grief.
After you arrived back in California, you were still living in the home with Daryl, right?
Yes.
Was it back to work, or what did you do when you got back?
I did have to work.
And why is that, Mr. Reed?
Because it's devastating to my
Just back in the same routine, except Travis began to call me.
At this point in time, when you came back to California, to Palm Desert specifically, did you still consider Daryl Brewer to be your boyfriend?
Yes,
Were you still sexually active with Mr. Brewer after you came back from the convention?
no,
Why not?
I don't recall specifically why. Oh, well, because we broke up, I guess that would be why. But we didn't have sex after the convention. I remember that was, prior to that was the last
Because
time
we.
did.
Prior to the convention.
Yes.
And you talk about breaking up with Mr. Brewer. When did you do that?
Well, I got back from convention on Sunday and I broke up with Daryl on Thursday of that week.
Wow.
Why did you break up with Daryl after you came back from the convention?
The relationship was already, like I'd mentioned, was kind of fizzling. I loved him very much, but it wasn't going anywhere. At least we had different visions for our futures. Because it had been like that from day one.
Correction, you
it
met
took
somebody
me
who you
4.5
thought might
years
be able to take
really
care
just
of you
let it
better.
go, because I really loved him.
I don't mind saying that.
Also, on Wednesday night, I was invited to go out to some of Travis's friend's house.
There it is.
And I knew Travis would be there, and I didn't want to, I'm kind of like, I one guy at a time kind of person, so I didn't want to have anything overlapping, and I knew there was an interest with Travis, and I was beginning to sort of develop just the central interest with Travis, and I didn't want to be in a relationship when I went there, because I didn't want there to be anything hindering. I didn't want to feel guilty for flirting or sitting next to him or doing any of that. I wanted to be out of a relationship so that I could not cheat on anybody, if that makes sense.
Would it be correct to say that then, from what you're telling us, Mr. Alexander motivated you to break up with Daryl Brewer?
The things he said made a big impression on me. It wasn't just about relationships, it was about my whole life, my career, and the direction of my life. So it made me step back and take a look at where I stood and where I was going. So that was part of the reason.
You mentioned something that I think is interesting. You said you came back with a different vision of the future. You came back from the convention with a different vision of the future than when you left, right?
Yes.
Okay. Describe for us, if you could, what was your vision of the future before you went to this convention in September 2006?
It was kind of nebulous. It wasn't very clear. I just knew that I wanted to, basic things. I knew I wanted to have kids someday. I knew I wanted to be married someday. I knew I didn't want to struggle paycheck to paycheck. I didn't see myself living a life of excess, but definitely being able to pay the bills and provide for a family somewhat, or just at least be a joint contributor to the household. I saw myself getting more into photography, and hopefully I still had hopes of being successful in real estate eventually.
And when you come back from convention,
That's how she knows whether they're buying it or not.
what's your vision of the future?
I still had those desires, but
That was the last one, I promise.
leaving
I'll
convention,
do the rest of it
I can't
off
really
stream.
describe it. It was painful actually, because
I have
I
a
knew
ton
that
of
there was
things
a
on
lot of
this
change
form.
on my horizon at that point. I couldn't continue with the same life that I had been living, because it's kind of like my eyes were opened to a lot of things that I had been ignoring. And the idea of change was uncomfortable. I really loved Daryl, but I couldn't continue with him.
That sounds more about things on a personal level. But what about your vision for your future on a professional level? Were you leaving this convention that prepaid
The next
legal was
day,
going
the
to
judge,
make you rich?
did you see anything about this trial? Every hand goes up. Get us out of here.
The idea of selling the membership was uncomfortable to me. I believe in the product, and but just hitting up my friends and family seemed awkward.
Doesn't at all.
So I had that desire, but I couldn't quite see myself going out and doing it, at least yet. So
Okay.
Michelle invited me to an event a week later, and it kind of reiterated some of the
That
things I'd
part.
seen at convention, and I continued to go to these events. From then on, I became more active as far as plugging into those events and how to sell the membership and how to have success, and just the general vision of it became
Hi,
more
Rowdy.
crystallized in my mind.
Was there a general point in time then when you decided that to, for lack of a better phrase, go all in prepaid legal in terms of your future?
I had periods in the company where I was very productive, and the money I made was surprising. I didn't realize the compensation plan was as generous as it was, and I liked that. But I found it difficult to maintain that level of production every month.
Were you still working other jobs?
Yes.
Did you eventually get to a point where prepaid legal was your only job?
No.
How much did you make in a year with prepaid legal and you'd say your most productive year?
I really didn't make anything for several months at a time, and then one month I made approximately $1,700, and the next month I made, I want to say, a little over 1,000. So those 2 months were really good.
How much time a week
Not
were you
according to
spending
Gus.
investing in your prepaid legal business?
Gus.
Not nearly as much as I should have been. They have goals in the company, things that they'd like you to commit to, such as talking to other people about a minimum number of people per day or per week. And I don't remember them now because it's been so long, but just different. They're called 10 core commitments. At least that's what they were called then. And they tell you that if you just do these things systematically, then success follows.
How many hours a week were
Correct.
you working at the restaurant?
At that time, I was still full-time at Cuisto.
That's what she said.
But eventually I quit that job. And then I only had one job.
You broke up with, I want to go back to this conversation you had with Daryl. Did you guys sit down and the two of you talk?
Are you telling me
About
you
the
couldn't just
relationship?
magic
Yes,
somebody?
I guess I wasn't as specific as I thought I had been. It sounded like he didn't get that impression, but we sat down. I actually had a
Oh, yeah,
conversation
let's clear
with him. We
this
sat
up,
at our
please.
kitchen table, and I just told him, in essence, I told him, I know we're not getting married, but I'd like to have kids someday. And he said, okay. And I said, well, I think maybe we should, I might want to start pursuing that goal. And I know that you don't want to pursue that goal with me, and that's okay. I know he was moving back to Monterey. I said, I know you're moving back soon. So I kind of just left it at that. I don't think I was very specific, but he was nodding his head like he understood what I was saying. So I was.
It's because he was zoning out, Jodi.
He understood that we were no longer together at that
He
point.
was
I mean,
zoning out.
not in a committed relationship where we are boyfriend, girlfriend.
And you mentioned doing this prior to being invited to spend a weekend in California with Mr. Alexander, right?
I actually did it right after I was invited, but prior to going.
Okay.
Oh yeah, fix it.
Prior to
Fix
you
the
going
lies.
to California,
Right.
prior to this breakup, had you had any other interaction with any officials from the
Imagine
church?
there's no
Not at that point.
heaven.
So tell us
That's what that'd have been like.
about this, when was it? When was this trip to California or somewhere else in California to take place?
This would have been the weekend after convention.
She has most assuredly
where-
memorized
where
all of
was it?
this.
How many hours from you was it?
I don't remember the drive, not far. It was in Murrieta, California, either Murrieta or Temecula. I think Murrieta.
I can't remember
And I'd say an hour,
yesterday.
15 minutes maybe
Yo.
Okay.
on the drive.
And whose home were you going to?
I was going to Travis's friends, and their names are Chris and Sky.
Is that Chris and Sky Hughes where the dress came from?
Yes.
Just to remind everybody,
As
it wasn't your
relates
dress.
To,
Look at that glare.
at this point in time, did you have an understanding where Mr. Alexander lived?
Yes. I knew he lived in Mesa.
Okay. Did you feel comfortable going to Murrieta to spend this, I guess it was a couple days, in this home of people you barely knew?
I had met the Hugheses at convention, and they seemed like very nice people. So I was a little uncomfortable, but not in a bad way, just shy. But I didn't feel unsafe or anything like that. I just, there was going to be a party there. I believe Mr.
The
Hughes'
worst
brothers
part
were
for
moving
the
to
court
Colorado,
reporter
so it was sort
is
of a
that
going away party, and Sky's brother also returned from his mission. So it was kind
She
of a
pauses, but
and
then
then all
she
of
has
his
this
illegal
long
associates were there, so
string
it's
of
kind
real
of a
fast 8
party
words,
with
10
multiple
words.
purposes. We were all just there gathering. It's like a social gathering.
Was it your understanding, you said a social gathering, were you there as one of the party guests per se, or were you there as Travis's date?
Just a party guest.
She was unwelcome.
Did you spend a lot of time with Travis over those few days?
Not at first. I got there while the party was in progress and hung out for a while. Michelle was there, so I felt comfortable a little bit. And eventually she left.
Was
It
there
had been
lip
discussed
licking
ahead of
involved?
time that, and this was on a Saturday, this party, that I could stay the night. They had an extra bedroom, and they wanted me to attend church with them in the morning. So I agreed to that. And Travis actually wasn't there at the party. He was late and he showed up after almost everyone had left.
Did you spend time what would have been Saturday evening before church? Did you spend time with Mr. Alexander on Saturday evening?
Yes.
Was it just the two of you or were there other people involved?
At first it was Travis and I, we were sitting on an oversized chair, and Chris and Sky and one other guy named Jeff. I can't remember his last name at this point. We were all sitting in the living room watching
There's
a
always
funny
a
video
Jeff.
that Travis had made or filmed.
At this point in time, had you kissed Mr. Alexander?
No.
Liar.
When did you first
Lies.
kiss Mr. Alexander?
We all went to bed and he came into the bedroom I was staying in. I
Good.
assumed there was probably gonna be some kissing or some kind of talking or hanging out. We talked every night that entire
That's what
week.
he said.
So that's when we kissed.
I want to clarify too as well, you
Not
just
today,
said something,
Satan.
you said
Not
you
today.
talked to Mr. Alexander every night. What time period are you referring to?
The time from the Monday after convention till Friday night. Because he showed up Saturday.
So he called you after convention every single night?
Yes,
Judge
that,
Anderson's back on that, but she didn't say, she called, but they talked.
Rephrase.
How did you and Mr. Alexander wind up communicating all these nights between convention and his invitation to you?
well, I was at my home in Palm Desert and he was at his home in Mesa, so he called.
That's what he said. That's what she said.
Did he call you on your cell phone or a home phone or?
She called me
My
on his
call.
cell phone.
And about what time of the day, if there was a consistent time of the day, was he calling you?
The first night he called around 8 o'clock. And then toward the end of the week, it began to get a little bit later, not inappropriate late, maybe just 9:30, a little closer
Not
to 10. He learned my schedule
Inappropriate
and I
late.
usually worked in the afternoons. so
Obviously
it
never
wasn't
been a part
big
of
deal
night
he called
court.
that late.
What was he calling about?
We just talked mostly about, well, he told me a lot about himself and his dog, his religion, his mission, his friends. He had lots of funny stories he would share, and he wanted to know about me. He wanted to know about Daryl. He wanted to know just different things about my life.
These
Why?
conversations you had with him over these days after the convention,
By Sunday
is that part of
morning.
what you meant by
We'll try and accept him as late
his
as we
words
possibly
encouraging
can.
you to break up with Daryl Brewer?
Will you say that again? I'm sorry.
You talked about how some of the things that Travis said to you encouraged you to break up with Daryl Brewer.
Yes.
These
Yeah, but
things
talk
that
about
he
that
said to
anyway.
you that encouraged you to break up with Daryl Brewer, were some of these things said
I'll
during
mention it
these
right at the
phone
end.
calls he was making to you?
Yes.
We're almost
Just
done.
encouraging me to never settle for mediocrity was really what it centered on. Relationships,
So-
careers, anything. Also, when he found out Daryl's age, he was making fun of him.
What do you mean making fun of him?
So you broke up with him because he was making fun of him?
Just that
Is
I was
that-
dating grandpa, things like that. You know, just little jokes. And I mean, I didn't really find it funny, but I didn't get overly offended or anything. I just said he's not like that.
Of course you didn't. It
You
wasn't
know,
about
I
you.
described him as handsome and, you know, like that.
Okay. What at this point in time was it about
I'm Melissa
Mr.
Ann's 18-year-old.
Alexander that
Hello.
encouraged
Hello.
you or helped maybe push you over the edge, so to speak, to break up with Daryl?
But like I said, some of the things he
Good
said
night.
helped me to gain a different perspective and step back and take a look at my life and I realized things weren't going anywhere. If it probably weren't for Travis, I may have just continued on like that until Daryl moved, and who knows. But knowing that I wanted to hang out with Travis that weekend, and I didn't want to, I've always been faithful in my relationships, and I didn't want to change that now. So I decided to break things off with Daryl so that I was
What happened?
just free to hang out with Travis without, feeling guilty that I was sitting next to him, or if it led to kissing or something like that.
Oh, no, not that.
It wouldn't be something that I would feel bad about.
Ms. Arias, you are still under.
That was a lot of Jodi. Not only, there's so much more Jodi. There's just so much more. So much. That's okay. This. It's both interesting and terribly not at all. Not at all. There's a lot of me just going the whole time. So there we are. All the sound effects. All right. So there was a quick question about crime stories, and then what crime stories. So this upcoming Sunday, Terry is my co-host from True Crime and Wine Time. We will be doing a perfect crime episode between 8:30 and 8:45. And it sounds like the sky is opening up above me. Again, the storm. So the crimes, we are looking for what you would deem a perfect crime. It could be white collar. It could be whatever crime you want it to be. Yes, those ones. Those. And you can send it to True Crime Wine Time, truecrimewinetime@gmail.com. And we will bring them into the show and try and poke holes into them. And this is kind of an experiment for Terry and I to see if we can do this. See if we can do this more often. We have a lot of folks that want to share their stuff, so their ideas, and so we checked over it with a lawyer first, but we can definitely do it. Storm is no, God, I hope not. Will it always be both of us? I think so. I mean, it's a True Crime One Time kind of a dealio. I don't know if it'll always be on this channel. It may we may record it sometimes. This is just something we wanted to try, and I thought this was a good venue, and you all are awesome sports, and we thought we'd give it a shot. So will it be held against you? Absolutely not. Also, if you noticed, the mods were dropping in the ! mod. We are in the business of looking for more mods. And so if you're interested in being a moderator, you can click on the link that comes up in the from Streamlabs from the command, and do the application. And basically I'll take a look at the apps, and we'll do a couple other things, and then kind of get you on like a it sounds bad, but a probationary mod status, which I like to call a prod status, which basically means you're just learning the ropes. And that goes for a week or two, and then you hop on as a full mod. And so that's something that, do you have to pass a background check? No, that's not included yet. But now that you've asked, I'm wondering if we should. No, I'm kidding. But it's definitely it's one of the best teams I've ever worked with. They're all so damn talented and passionate about this, and we really appreciate it. No, it doesn't include medical. Sorry. If it included medical, I'd be, hey, there you are. Hi.
Hi.
We're just closing up for the night.
I know. I've been charting all these phone calls, so I figured I'd pop in and say goodnight while everybody's going to bed. I've still got work to do. I don't know why the hell I promised this stuff before. It sounds good in the moment, and then I'm like, it gets to be like 3 a.m. and I'm like, oh, I got to get up in 2 hours.
I wasn't watching much today. I didn't have a chance to watch much today, but yeah, I would have told you, hey, what are you doing? No, I'm kidding.
Yes. Oh well. I know y'all are signing off. I just wanted to portal in and say hi and wake myself up a little bit so I can finish doing all this.
Yeah, I was just telling them about the we are opening up applications to be a moderator. So we've right. Bring your dog to work day. Also, I need you to record Lucy barking so that I can put it on my awesome stream deck. because I've now got sound effects here, Brandi.
Yay! I know. Mine got delayed a little bit, so I think mine's supposed to be here tomorrow. So I'm gonna go pick mine up when it comes in.
I've kind of figured it out, at least as far as sounds go. So, you got to have a little bit of little yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Did you see my new gnomes that I got today? Is she in here? Let me try to tag her. She's probably, nope, she's not. Say hi to her in the morning.
Who's it from?
Nikki, in ZBZZ. Hold on.
Thanks, Patsy. Thanks for joining. It's a cone. Yes, that's definitely going to be a sound effect for sure.
Drop my headphones. What is ZBZZ? And let me show you what else I got. Kathy's not in here. Because she gets up really early for work.
She does.
Look at.
Oh, did you get one? What you've got? Okay, listen. You all of a sudden became a flower child. Well done, you.
I got a crown. I got my crown.
That's awesome.
And it covers my little sunburn mark that's on my top of my head. So
Kim said I'm canceling all my streaming apps because all I watch is y'all. We're cheaper than Netflix, and you can share us with anybody.
That's true.
No IP limits here.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Sorry, I'm yawning.
Go to bed.
I'm gonna finish at least the one I'm on, the conversation I'm on. But look, I'll say this. Putting the stuff together, I found some patterns because that's what I like to do.
I believe it.
And this has opened up a whole new realm of possibilities. So anybody who's in day court, we'll talk about it tomorrow. But I have found some interesting stuff while I'm mapping all this out. And I went back and I have been pausing and zooming and using my old lady glasses to get in there like this. And I added in all the extra text that she didn't read because all she was doing the stuff to prove that he was Bloods. And that's what see?
Kelly said, Brandi, go to sleep.
I know. I am. But I've added a lot of stuff and I found some interesting stuff. So I'm going to finish the conversation I'm on, and even if I don't get it all done by tomorrow, I'm at least going to finish the conversation I'm on. So, all right.
You're gonna make the empath in me yawn too. Don't make me do it.
I'm sorry. I'm going to sleep. I'm going to sleep in just a few minutes. I'm going to finish. I probably got another hour, and then I'm going to try to go to sleep. Patterns in the text. So when they were going over the text conversations today, I mapped them out on a timeline, and it looks like he was originally pledging with Goon, and then he went with the other guys, and then Goon got mad, and then they all started talking crap about Goon, and Goon works with some other people in the music industry. It's a whole big thing. So I found a whole.
Sounds like a Cartoon Network show.
It does, doesn't it?
Just saying.
Oh, these names. All right, y'all. I'm going to jump out of here and let y'all finish your night. I just wanted to.
We're just wrapping up.
I just want to pop in. All right, I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
She's the best. All right, we are going to wrap up. Thank you all for showing up to Jury Duty. I appreciate you. I appreciate all your time. You guys are the best and the funniest group that I've ever known. We will continue on with Jodi on Wednesday. Of course, tomorrow, I believe court starts at 9 Eastern. So Brandi will probably be on at 8:45 Eastern is my thought. And yeah, thank you so much. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your family. Don't forget to smile. I'm going to hit the gavel. And remember,
Mm-hmm.